No.
I mean, if y'all got questions.
I'm sure we do, but I just wanted to make sure that if y'all wanted an opportunity to speak before we start asking questions. Are we good?
We're good.
Also wanted to share that we've been joined by Councilmember Jason Dozier as well as Councilmember Antonio Lewis. I'll start with the questions, and if anyone else has questions, just if you'll signal to me, let me know. I see Councilmember Shook's hand. So with regard to the requests, the two requests, the 10-step pay grid, and then the $3 and 12-hour pay increase, is that the first step that you're requesting of the $3.12, or is that for each of the 10 steps? That's what y'all are envisioning?
No, the 312 is right now.
Okay.
That is for right now.
Okay.
The grid is over, on any job, if you work there 10 years, you should be topped out. Mm-hmm. I got drivers, such as myself, with 30 years of service and has yet to top out in pay. Mm-hmm. And that's just kind of crazy. I have a man that worked for the city since 1958, walked up to me and said he made $17 an hour. I brought it to city council's attention. I'm sure y'all heard about it. And $17 an hour, 54 years, been a member of ASME for all of those years, and $17 an hour. In a sense, that's modern day slavery. How can you do this? What's the problem? We need a fix. We need a fix right now. Because I don't want somebody else to work another 10 years and stuck at the same salary they were when they started here. And every now and then you give them a 1.5% increase or a $500 bonus. It just don't seem right for people that's coming out here as your frontline workers and doing the job every day. I tell people all the time that through this pandemic, public works, watershed, corrections, airport, we worked through this. Mm-hmm. We didn't miss a day until we had COVID. And at one point, public works was down 70% because of COVID. But we still came to work. We still worked and still doing it. So the 312, we want the 312 now. We want the 312 to be added to our salaries and not a bonus. We want the 312 to be on our checks. If we work 48 hours and work 8 hours overtime, we want to get paid the overtime on the 312. Not just what we made before we got the 312 on there. And plus, that will go to our retirement. We don't want to keep getting a bonus for the next year or so if we don't have to. I understand about the American Rescue Plan money. I understand it's got to be spent. But I just feel like there's ways we can do it that's going to incorporate everybody, and everybody going to feel like it's worth it. So with that being said, if Carlton Ham got something to say about it, oh yes. And everybody should get this. Mm-hmm. We had situations where watershed employees and aviation employees did not get it because somewhere in there they said that they were already getting a hazard pay. Hazard pay for them, we added it up. It was about 62, 63 cents. Mm-hmm. So we asked for them to get the remainder of that from the American Rescue Act. It's not full American Rescue Act unless everybody get rescued from it. And our watershed workers, our airport workers, they got left out in the cold since August, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right, Ham?
Yes.
Since August, they have not received a dime of that American Rescue Plan money. And they've been coming to work. They work in double shifts. They're doing everything, but they didn't get that. And like I said again, for workers to be working 33 years on a job and has not reached top pay, that's modern day slavery. And, that's all I got to say. Any questions, y'all?
So I appreciate that clarification. The 10-step grid pay, is it to get to the top out for each level? Is that the?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand if it was kind of a fixed $3.12, but that 10 is to get everybody.
The 10 is to get everybody to a decent wage. But the 312 is right now.
Gotcha. Have y'all figured out kind of what the total budget impact would be for that $3.12 increase for all 18 and below? Do we have a price tag on that, or is that something we need to ask finance for?
I think it might be about 30-something million. I don't know how the exact numbers on me like that, but yeah, I think it's around that. For 18 and below.
Right. It's at 30-something million. Is that what you said? Okay.
Yeah.
Around about, yes.
Okay. And then my last question, and and we've been joined by Councilmember Andrea Boone. What is the lowest hourly rate right now for anyone 18 below? Have we?
$15 an hour.
Okay, so we have made that floor at least at this point since
Yes.
I've been gone. Okay, thank you. Mr. Shook, you have the floor.
Thanks. Good morning. So for us to kind of proceed with these requests, I guess we're going to have to interact with several other executive branch units, right? We'll have to, part of this discussion will be with HR, part of it will be with finance, a part of it will be with the mayor's, budgeteers. So this is going to get worked out over, the next couple of weeks. Here's my question. To what extent, if at all, were you able to socialize these ideas and get feedback from either the mayor or the mayor's budget team?
We've spoken with the mayor. We didn't get a lot of feedback, but we did get feedback from human resources, and we're not on the same page yet. So we need to get there, but we have discussed it several times with Norman, and again with Norman, with the mayor, and we're not quite on the same page yet, but that's why we're here today. We're trying to get there.
All right, I appreciate it. Well, we made sure you guys were the first ones up, so we have some time
And thank you for that.
and runway space to see what we can make happen here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
And Mr. Thornhill, I heard you loud and clear. I'm glad y'all were first up. I hope we take care of y'all first. Parks and Rec didn't just, I know a couple more employees in Parks and Rec. There were 19s that didn't get the 312 as well, and we've gotten that corrected for them. I also know a Parks and Rec worker that was in the park when I was there, when I was a kid working in the Park Recreation Center, and she told me at midnight basketball last week, she makes $16.31. I'm 35. I was playing in her park when I was 12, so she's been here 18 years. When she pulled me to the side and said that, I was appalled to hear her say those words, and I know that's something we can correct. We live in a right-to-work state, but Atlanta can't be a right-to-work city. We can't call ourselves the best city in the South to do business and treat our workers the way we've treated them. I think we need to stop talking MOUs. We need to start talking contracts. I think that we need to no longer compare ourselves to the Savannahs and the Memphises. We need to start, like in the way we treat you, we need to treat you like New York, Philadelphia, and California. We talk a lot about being San Francisco or the South, and we need to treat our workers the same way. And so I know the 312 is just keeping the premium pay going.
Yes.
And that's the bear that you're asking for. All you're asking for is that. I think that Atlanta doesn't work until we treat the trash man like we treat the policeman. Once again, I say Atlanta does not work until we treat the trash man like we treat the policeman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from my colleagues? Yeah, Mr. Dozier.
Good to see you all this morning.
How you doing?
And apologies if I'm a little bit mayonnaise mouth. I just came from the dentist, so I'm a little bit numb still. I know when we talked last, we spoke about the on-call policy and some of the challenges with regards to employees being on standby but not being compensated for the time that they have to spend preparing for an event, but that's still time that they have to take away from their families. Is that something that was accounted for in this conversation, or was in the budget request that you all have, or is that something that is still worth talking about, but just not necessarily in this particular forum?
Yeah, it's not in this forum, but if you just got to ask a question about it, Carlton would be the man to ask. Ham, explain it to him about that.
Basically, you're on call for 7 days, but you only get 4 hours if you're not called in for the whole week. Mm-hmm. That's your that's what you get, 4 hours. The old legislation, the current legislation was you get 4 hours a day for each day that you're on call. But some kind of way it got mixed up, and they changed it to 4 hours for the whole week. Now, if you go in, you get paid. If you work 2 hours, you get the 4 hours. If you work 6, you get paid for 6. But if you don't get called in, you get nothing. That's not even an hour a day. If you're on for 7 days on call, you're not even getting an hour a day. So we look at that like that's ridiculous. For me to be on call and changing my life around to stay on call, and then you get nothing for it.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for bringing that up, Councilman Dozier. What we have found out is that there is a current policy that reflects individuals being on call to receive 4 hours of compensation per day that they are on call. Within the Watershed Department, they are working with HR to change the policy, but the policy has yet to be signed off on and implemented. Mm-hmm. And so until that happens, we need to abide by the current on-call policy.
Mm-hmm. And similar to my colleague, Councilmember Wan's or Chairman Wan's question, any sort of help that you can all provide. We'll ask the same question of Watershed and of Commissioner Norman, but the financial implications of making that change, what does that look like? What's the price tag associated with that? I think that would be helpful for our understanding of the larger budgetary picture. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question, then Mr. Shook has a follow-up question. The on-call, it's a policy right now. It's not legislated. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that was the case, and if we may have an opportunity there if we disagree. So.
Well, am I remembering correctly? It was 8? Did it used to be 8?
It used to be 4. If you didn't get called in, you got 4 hours.
It was always 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, other questions from my colleagues? And colleagues, everyone should have received a hand-delivered letter that summarizes their comments from today as well. So, yes, Mr. Lewis, please.
One question. On the 10-step pay grid, is that pretty normal across the country?
Up until about, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, up until about 1998, it was normal in the city of Atlanta. But somewhere between 98 and 2000, it just went away. And they would, like I said, they would give us 1.5 here or whatever, but it was never consistent. It was always on your start date, you got an increase, and that took you from this step to that step to that step. But we never got to the top step. I think it started under the Campbell administration when they stopped it.
I wonder if you all can use your research team to compare Atlanta's step plan or whatever you have currently, because we've been hearing from folks like Fire came in, they talked to us about how it's hard to keep workers. So when I spoke to, I'm not going to say a name, but a person who's dear to me at midnight basketball last week, and she told me $16.31 is what she made. I didn't know how to help her. And so I want you to bring us some compare it to other cities so we can, because we want to be able to compete. And I know what Fire did is they compared us to like cities across the state.
Yes.
But I want you to look at other cities because we way bigger than these. Absolutely. Ain't no city in this state can compete with us.
We've heard that the city is going to do a pay and class study. Mm-hmm. Anybody in here can attest to this that's been here for any amount of time. that I've been here, I've served under Andy Young, Maynard Jackson, Bill Campbell, Shirley Franklin, Kasim Reed, Keisha Lance Bottoms, and now Andre Dickens. Here's the thing about it. I've probably been through 10, 15 pay and class studies. I never got a dime out of either one of them. Never got a dime. It's all, only thing pay and class studies do is pay somebody to do something to keep from giving us anything. We never get anything out of a pay and class study. And if you're going to do a pay and class study, and you say we're a city on a hill, and you say we the Mecca of the South, take us somewhere where we can be compared to that's going to reflect us. Like somebody said, take us to San Francisco. Let's do New York. Let's do Chicago. Don't go to
Savannah and Memphis.
And you know, don't go there. Take us somewhere where it's a major city, and then we could look different. And just so you know, we represent correction officers all over the United States. We have correction officers buy brand new $200,000-$300,000 houses in Douglasville off of their retirement up from San Francisco. That's how far ahead they are of us. And when we go and knock on their doors and talk to them, you know, they talk about the salary difference from San Francisco to Atlanta. So, you know, our members are members for life, so they know when we out, you know, and they'll come out and talk to us. So we, you know, we gauge from that there. We know that when we out there, people from other states move to Atlanta, and they really, really living off of their pension because their salary was so much higher than what we were making.
And your current pension, when you retire, is 30% of what you made?
Now, I think if you leave in 30 years, I'm not mistaken, it's maybe 74%. If you leave in 32, it's 80.
Okay. All right. With the new one, with the new pension
The
plan.
new pension, I haven't delved into that because those guys, we losing so many people to, I don't think they looking for a retirement. You know, they moving on. You know, the ones that started, I think that was from 2011 when they went into the new pension plan.
So how do you attract people? Because I growing up, I know a good city job is what people wanted. A good city job.
Yes.
Thinking about a high school graduate in the city of Atlanta, you want your good city job. You work there 30 years, you retire, you have that's how you build a middle class. So how do you attract people since you no longer have that retirement safety net?
Hey, that's real simple. If you pay us, you know, I hear a lot of talk about equipment and what we need to do when we talk to people. We need equipment. We need equipment. My whole thing is the equipment is those men working on the back of the garbage truck. Your equipment is that man jumping down in that manhole. Your equipment is that man climbing that telephone pole. Those are the people we need to take care of. And let's get the equipment, the mechanical equipment second. Let's take care of this equipment that worked for you all through this pandemic.
And thank you, Chairman, for letting me. Thank you.
All right, we also been joined by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari. All right, any other questions or feedback, comments for the AFSCME team? All right, well, thank you very much. And again, thank you for providing this written form for us today.
All right.
All right, and as they're stepping down, I'll invite the PACE representatives to come on up.
Technology. One of those lifers. Yes. We're just trying to be a little innovative now, you know. For me too. Oh, wow. Are we ready? Kind of, sort of. Oh, okay.
I'm watching the clock right behind your head. Just can't get my dates right, though. All right, it's 10:30. Let's go ahead and proceed with the PACE presentation. Before I do that, I did want to recognize, I understand that Councilmember Mary Norwood is following us on Facebook Live. So he's talked about technology, so the wonders of technology. All right, Ms. Pagnata Murphy, I'll turn the floor over to you to introduce your team and then give us your presentation.
Absolutely. I am Gina Pagnata Murphy. I'm president of PACE Union, and I'd like my team to introduce themselves. Great.
Craig Ingram, lead steward.
Ebony Walton, PACE Vice President.
Shawanda Wilson, Treasurer for PACE. So this is just part of our board, but we do have an exclusive executive board. If you turn to page 2, let me see, make sure I get this right. You can see who the listing of our executive board persons are as we are currently. And so you see we have a kind of all over the place. So they're listening too. And welcome. We welcome you all to have the opportunity to speak to you. And Councilman Mary Norwood, we appreciate you listening in for us. I must say thank you because normally when we have these presentations, a lot of council persons are not here. And so we really appreciate your support in listening to us. We thank you very well. Appreciate it. We will keep that in mind. Going to the next slide, I want to take just a minute to let you know, because some of you all are new, and I hate to keep saying that, eventually you won't be new anymore, but we want to explain to you who we are. As an overview and disclaimer, PACE was birthed in the year of 2005, and we're affiliated with NAGE, National Association of Government Employees, who IBPO is under that same organization. We're like brothers and sisters, who we all are affiliated with SEIU. You've gotten a label and one of our pins just for some love and support to let you know who we are and that we are vivid and live and out here. We are a diverse group of employees who have joined forces and membership as a union to seek the well-being and protection of their tenure while working within the city of Atlanta. The central idea of PACE is to build city employment relationship between our members, the administration, city council, human resources, and labor management for the better and not for worse. PACE is one of many resources the City of Atlanta has to encourage city employees to abide by the fair and reasonable expectation of their employment. It is only when unfair labor practices, unspoken or spoken expectations, workplace bullying, harassment, intimidations, threats, whistleblowing, and unsettled disputes arise that PACE becomes involved to negotiate settlements of disputes before they escalate to terminations, lawsuits, and arduous legal litigation. We receive and listen to evidence provided by our members and employees of what they perceive to be unlawful employment actions, unfair labor treatment, and unethical practices. City employees often feel they have no recourse for their claims to be properly vetted and secured. Employees believe that if they report anything unlawful activity or mistreatment asserted on them from their management, it will result in the demise of their job, even if their assertions were proven true. That is why PACE exists, to be their voice and their voice only. And I would like to have a disclaimer from this meeting on camera that the last 2 times that we've had this conversation came before council because of the information that we've shared with you. Some of our executive board officers were terminated because they were unclassified. And that was because of their union affiliation. Our national offices are looking into this situation. We have nothing to do with you at this time, but we're asking at this podium for the people that are here, on here, coming to you, that they will be protected if it's something that we're sharing with you that's unethical or some information sharing that you need to know, that we will be protected and not terminated because we have disclosed that information. So let's turn on to 911 communications. Just a second. The heat. Okay, as in the past, as some of you know, we have beat up on E911 terribly, and rightfully so and hatefully so. But right now we have come and found out with some help from support from some council members and the administration and the Department of Human Resources, we were able to get a lot of those issues kind of on the meeting zone and talking and working through it and have resolved a lot of those issues. But we still have the bigger picture. That bigger picture is we need to still look at restructuring the current leadership tier. We still have high turnover, extremely high turnover. We have bad low morale. We are requesting quarterly meetings with the executive leadership. And we need legislation to be approved and passed for E911 dispatchers and call takers to be considered first responders. We know this is in the works, but it has not come through and it has not been completed. So currently, PACE has been working diligently with Department of Human Resources, Commissioner Norman and his staff, and find a resolution in best ways possible to resolve the issues surrounding complaints and concerns from its employees. We have formulated working sessions to find ways to accommodate the needs of the center while focusing on the morale of its employees that provide the services to the citizens. PACE is requesting for council to complete the legislative piece needed to recognize those employees as first responders. The next page, as you see, we put in a little blurb here. E911 communications are the first line of the city's defense. This is not what we do. On the left, we're not knocking down the administrative assistant or the city or the office support person, but this is what we do on the right. As you can see, the different terminals, the different everything that they have to be multitasked, talking on one end to the police officer or a fire dispatcher, dispatching EMS, listening to the person on the phone call, having certain detrimental stuff going on. So it takes a real strong person to be able to man those phones. I've been to that center and you couldn't pay me enough, and this is real, to sit there and answer that phone call. I get stressed out now trying to make this presentation. So we need to recognize these people that they deserve to be legislated as first responders, like your police officers, because at the end of the day, and I keep saying this, please understand, when you dial 911, who do you reach? Is it Zone 4 police officer? Is it the fire person? Or is it a 911 call taker? So please keep that in mind. We need to get this passed ASAP. Department of Human Resources, we've had some serious meetings. I really have to commend, I don't know if it's a breath of fresh air, the data and the science men is what we call them, but Commissioner Norman and his team has been reaching out, and we've been meeting several times. And we have been having working sessions. But one of the things that he did promise, that he made a commitment that we're going to look at the sick leave policy. And the sick leave policy is generated through the whole city. There's a lot of gray area with this policy. And different departments are making up their own PPBs, or what you call internal codes or SOPs, on how do we discipline, what are the rules, and what determines when you bring in a doctor's note. This is causing people to lose money. Some departments are saying we don't have a grace period, and it's forcing people to call in sick. We know the pandemic has caused a lot of changes. Traffic is amok. I don't know where all this traffic, we had it bad anyway. But all of a sudden, it's a lot more traffic, and we have good people that never is late now starting to have 1 or 2 minutes late. So they will have to call in sick because they don't want to lose money. Some departments are lenient, other departments are not. So we really need to get a rest around requesting a revamp for clarity, and that's something that we're working with Human Resources, but as City Council, we're not sure if that will come to you for legislation or something to change in the code, but I just wanted to make you aware this is an issue across the board, whether you're grade 18 or below or 18 and above. Doesn't matter. Next, let's talk about a little history. I heard the first group up here, our colleagues asked me, was talking about grades 18 and below. Let me give you a little history about all of this, because I've been here 21 years, and I've been through several council people. I've been through several mayors as well. And back in the day, unclassified employees, the history, if you didn't know, in 1996, Zell Miller was governor. The state of Georgia instituted legislating, creating an unclassified workforce that were exempt from civil service rights. Many municipalities and cities, including the city of Atlanta, followed this example. This unclassified workforce was supposed to be only for confidential employees, high-level managers with the power to hire and fire, and political appointees. That was always the intention. And that was how grades 19 and above became unclassified. However, there have been no major changes in this grading classification status in almost 30 years since the onset. So as a result of pay increases and cost of living adjustments, we have seen salary hikes that have caused frontline supervisors to be bumped into that unclassified workforce and have the civil service appeal rights taken away from them. Some unclassified are considered exempt with no opportunity to receive overtime because they are salaried, while others are unclassified but can receive overtime paid pending on their job duties, not their classification. This needs to be changed, looked into as soon as possible. And also to the effect of the union status, when you have moved these grades 18 to a grade 19, they come out of the community of interest of ASME and becomes our community of interest and PACE. And if we were to be a very ugly colleague, we would ask for a recertification. We're not doing that. I just want to make you see how serious this is when departments can come up and just change a grade 18 person or a 17 person that are classified into an unclassified position. Job duties don't change, job titles don't change, but their exempt and non-exempt changes, and sometimes they don't even know they've been changed. I'm one of those people. I have not signed a document, I have not seen anything, and in the beginning didn't even see a salary increase until I was helping another partner and looking for his salary and found out I got 14 cents in my salary increase when everybody got 10%. Don't know why that happened. We'll leave that on the table, but I know why it happened. I've been made whole, but my point is we have to circle around and find a way to stop this movement at odds just to be moving because it was said this is to give you more money. And that needs to stop because we have found cases on the next slide. We have found places where unclassified employees who they were threatened or they have been unclassified with the job changes. This is the way to easily get rid of them, fire them. As forth, we had a case recently that happened, and we appreciate the council people that was on board with that to help us resolve that. We were able to get those employees back. Thank you, Councilman. And we were able to get these employees back, make them whole, and they're happy. Both sides, the department and the employees, have a win-win. But this kind of type of measurement has got to stop. It is not done for the right reasons. So we want to really get back into the delve of that and look at it. But currently we are working with Human Resources because we're asking for collaborative discussion on how the city can fulfill this request with or without legislation, but we would prefer legislation. However, we would like a dialogue with the mayor and the city council about re-examining who is classified and who is unclassified and the rules of engagement when we can do that, and somebody needs to police that. We have got to stop this for these people who have loyalty to the city and they come out. It affects everybody. And that's the piece that we got to get department heads to understand. We have unions, and yes, sir, to your point, Mr. Lewis, I heard you question about let's do a collective bargaining agreement versus a memorandum of understanding. We would like to have that, but on both sides, and I can speak that because I am a national vice president of NAGE, one of them. It will become, when you do collective bargaining, that will come from the international and national level, not on the local level, because it's a lot of laws and stuff and litigation that we have to deal with. So if that's the way you want to go, I would love to have that, but right now, PACE has formulated our MOU that we are presenting to the mayor. He asked us to have it to him by June 1, and we are also inviting the president of council this time to be a signature on that page.
Ms. McDonough, I see
Yes.
we got a question from Mr. Lewis. Would you
Yes,
prefer
sir.
to take them along the way or at the end? You want to?
It's fine with me.
Not a question, just speaking to that point. I was an international union communication organizer, so I've been in negotiation rooms, which is why I speak that I think we all need contracts, no more MOUs. We all need them.
Yes.
And that might be why I was the international. I used to come in and help negotiate the contracts.
Yeah, because we know the MOU is a memorandum of understanding.
And it means
It
nothing.
doesn't hold wait.
No, and you don't get
Right.
you don't really get the collective bargaining
Exactly.
on what's going on. You need to be at the table.
Yes,
so
sir.
we all need that.
Yes, sir. I'm totally in agreement with that. But until that happens, right now, our MOU, we hope Mayor Dickens is reached out and said, he's willing to look at the MOU, sign it, and it's in code that you all legislated about the MOU. We've asked for training to leaders and managers so that they'll be able to do what they need to do with that. Let's move on to civil service hearings. I have to give shout-outs to, I hate to say shout-outs, but that's what we do. I'm thinking I'm on my podcast, but sorry, no disrespect. Councilman Liliana Bakhtiari and whoever else was with you on this. This is something that PACE has been hollering for a long time. And for this to come up and you saw this in the paper, we were like elated about it. We were like, wow, okay, somebody's thinking the same thing we are. Civil service hearings, these people will get out wrongfully, could be wrongfully terminated. Takes them almost 2 years to get a hearing. They've lost their homes, their cars, their jobs. They're working somewhere else. And by the time we get to court, what I call the court, some of the witnesses or plaintiffs or whatever are gone, can't find them, deceased, and half the time we don't even remember the files. We lost it when we had that surge of whatever, and a lot of the cyber attack, and a lot of the files are gone, and so they don't get a fair hearing. So what you put in the paper and what you're requesting, we are supporting that 100% with the caveat that you took out. We want to put back in, if they amend that if the case is dropped because of taking so long, that employee should be made whole by restoring their job back or finding them a placement and giving them back pay for the time lost, whether they want their job back or not. I think that would be equitable for them. All right, to the meat of PACE requests for FY 2023, FY 2024. The first thing we're talking about is cost of living salary increase of 2% for all city employees. We saw this on Mayor Dickens' commitment that he sent out in a memo, and I asked, was he looking over my back, because these were some of the things that we were saying, but we are in agreement with a cost of living salary increase for 2% for all city employees. PACE has always been frugal at looking at our budget. I did get the budget. I did look at the budget. I wanted to come up here and ask you for 25%, 20%, 10%, but in realistically terms, I could not feel faithfully to come up here and say, give us 2% cost of living raise on top of continued premium pay, on top of giving us 10% more, on top of anything else. We don't have it. We do not have it. And I'm just being real. From what I could see in my understanding, I'm not an accountant literate, but we could have it. We could work everything out over some time. The only problem with that, henceforth the collective bargaining that we don't have, if we don't stick to what we say we're going to do next year, and we don't get up here in front of you, or you all are not here, it may not happen. And we have been stuck with that a long time. Some of our lifers that's been up here, remember that 1% we were supposed to get from under Mayor Reed? We never got. We got 2.5, and then next year we're supposed to get the 1%. That never happened. So that's got to stop. Whatever you all agree to, we need to put it, legislate it so it can happen, whether you are here or not, or whether we are here or not. Also, we are requesting no increase of health benefit costs to employees, and the city will absorb the health benefit costs for all employees for retention and a recruitment strategy during the next 2 years. That is because we need to look at that. Do I have those figures for you? Not yet. I don't, but I'm willing to work with any CFO to sit down with my team to figure that out. Because every time historically you guys give us a raise, we always have to give that back in health care costs. And I'm tired of that. The employees are tired of that. And speaking to the millennium that's coming on, the city wants to go to technology. We need those new brains. I'm 65 years old. I'm looking to retire one day soon, God's will. But you want people to sit in these seats while I have my younger executive board, no pun intended, so they can take the helm and move on. But they're not interested right now. For some reason, their mindset is not interested in retirement. They want money. And so money is what makes them tick. I've had some people to call in on a survey that we did. They're asking for why we can't get paid weekly. Well, we used to get paid weekly. Sanitation used to get paid weekly, and that was an incentive for them to come in to work. Somewhere along the line, they decided to stop that. We went to Kronos. Everybody has to be paid on the same scale. However, you still got the military being paid twice a month. You can opt in or out. You can opt in for a 15th and a 30th to be paid. Or, right now, we should be able to have the ability, we can opt in every year. We opt in for what benefits you want. Why we can't opt in, I want to be paid weekly, or I can be bi-weekly. Once I checked and asked the powers to be in a CFO's office, not this one, but the past, said it costs too much. Well, we are getting ready to go into, I understand, this new OTLS, a pay that's supposed to be everything in it. It's the one-stop shop. And if we getting that high in technology, AIM should be able to work with the CFO, in my opinion, disclaimer, should be able to work with this system and figure out, can we do this and why can we not? So that's a new technology. That way you can enhance people, the new millennium, to come in and do what they need to do, and you get both win-wins. So that is a request that we're asking for. We're also asking for the extension of the premium pay. Once you divide it up, it is $3.12 an hour. Supplement for the full year for the rest of this year for mission-critical staff, and we now want to include the essential staff who have returned to work that was not getting premium pay, but has returned to work even on a hybrid schedule. So we need to look and see about what can we give them, because they're now coming back in, and even though they're not 100%, they are 50% in the field doing work. So we need to look at possibly giving them an incentive. Also, we understand that the administration and council, we're requesting for you to review any updates from the federal agency of this funding to find any new laws and updates since the onset of this that will allow the city flexibility in continuing to provide these funds to its essential employees while converting it into a permanent salary increase of $3.12 per hour for employees who makes $15 per hour right now. However, the caveat to that is, with that permanent increase, there will need to be a pay and class study for all classifications to align with the employees due to this pandemic. Some employees have taken on additional duties, and we need to minimize any salary compression from that increase. The reason I'm saying that is because before, when we did this, when we moved everyone from that low grade to grade 15, that compelled a salary compression. I think you all remember about that fight with the salary compression. Not speaking for police, they got their own thing, but that was really hurt E911 in the police area and fire. We did have that in our lower grades, in our non-sworn. It started under Yvonne Yancey, started this, but when she moved and the new mayor moved, things just stopped. So once and I'm requesting we go moving from 15 to 18, but once that happens, we got to look at our tier ranges of pay in different classifications to make sure there won't be a supervisor, because again, remember now, we're moving people just because from classified to unclassified, no matter what the grade is. We got a grade 16 office manager that makes more than her manager. And we got a grade 16 that's salary unclassified that shouldn't be. So it's all convoluted. We got to take a look at this. So I'm real passionate about this because we live it every day with complaints and cries and tears. So that is probably what we're asking for that. And also on the next slide, we even had some employees to come up with some nice suggestions. Just thought I'd throw it out there. Employee Garden Growth Project. We talked with the Commissioner Wiggins for DPW. Might want to pilot that. Aligning with the Neighborhood Growth Project. City employees will assist the neighborhoods by participating in the growth projects, and they could get a benefit back from that because, as we hear, if you follow current news, we're being proactive because there may be a food shortage as they're claiming there could possibly be. And we're looking at a big project to come. That'll be something the first time that I think any city would have been engaged in if it works, and we'll be willing to have a working session with you to see how that works out. Child care partnering for city discounts to employees to offset hardships. We talked about this many years ago. We haven't had anyone even take upon this to see is it worth it. We think it is because of the fact a lot of people now are single families, male and female, having single families, having child care, everything. Pandemic has caused everybody to want to get rich quick. Daycare is going sky high. And when a parent can't come to work because somebody caught COVID, in that child care center, they shut down. So now I can't come to work because my child is sick. The city can see if we can have some partnering child care around the center. When you come to work, drop your child off and you get a discount. Or because you work for the city, give a discount for the child care. Okay, here's the big deal. Incremental retention bonuses every 5 years up to retirement. What would that number look like? That's something we need to work with. I think our colleagues, Mr. Thornhill was talking about, and you asked that question, Mr. Lewis, about retention and how we retain. The increments, the step increase. That did happen for many years until I believe, and strongly, if I'm not mistaken, Yvonne Yancey, who was the the Department of Human Resources Commissioner, came and decided to retain quality and competitive employment. They moved the increments to salary ranges. So they did a pay and class study from all of the universal cities and states around, and they did a pay and class study. They went from increments and they decided to do salary ranges. The reason they did that was so that they can bring in a new employee up to the 10% increase, which caused a salary bump. That means I can be hired in the same position and this young lady is hired, but I can make 10% more money than her because they need me. They need my expertise, even though you got the experience right here. That was that caveat for that. We challenged them for many times, and Mayor Reed with that, but they said completely, council said there will be no more increments restoration. In step increase, every year we would get our evaluation, and the evaluation, if you got effective or more, you would get your increment bumped up 5%. That went up to a grade step 10. And then when you reached grade step 10 in certain classifications, we would come to the podium, council would look at redoing and extending grade step 10 to grade step 15. I don't remember if you all were here, remember that, but that's how that worked, so that people could get an increase in their salary. So we have asked for these ranges to be looked at, because these ranges is where we have a range. Then why do we need to be moving employees from classified to unclassified so you can give them a raise? And when I checked in a few cases of our employees that happened to, they were not at the top of their range. So with that being said, we're asking to have a full discussion. Is it costly to the city? Or is it more beneficial to the employee? Or is it a win-win for both to restore the increments? But to do that, it has to be tied to evaluation. And evaluation, we got to really make sure that those are workable and they're achievable. And I didn't put that in here. That's a working session we could talk about. Next slide. I also like to let you know, during pandemic, I'd like to give accolades to my vice president, who came up with the brilliant idea of having a podcast for our members. And some of you I've heard have been on our podcast. We had, in the beginning, we had a little bit of some, questions about what we can say, what we can't say, whatever. It was a learning process for us. We learned the do's and don't. We put a disclaimer. We looked at our attorneys. Our attorneys told us what we could do and don't. We made corrections. And now our podcast is becoming successful. On one session, we've had 315 views. We have 138 subscribers at this time. What we say on that podcast that we do every Tuesday from 1 to 2, we share news that you give out, that we see. We share news that the mayor puts out. Anything that we talk with the Commissioner of HR, we share that news on the podcast. The employees are chime in, they're chat in, ask questions. We try to give them answers. And we have invited folks on our podcast live, which we will be extending it to you if you ever want to come on and talk to our members. This has become successful during pandemic, and we decided to continue it. So I put that there so you know it's Radio Connections with Pace. And you can go back on YouTube at any time, pull it up, and see all of our broadcasts of what we're talking about. We do have fun, and we do have some jokes in there, so it's kind of funny. The next slide to end. Near the ending of my presentation, and I'll let my team, if they have something to say. We're just giving you a follow-up to kudos to the following leadership. I won't go all into it, but the Mayor Andre Dickens and his administration, Department of Human Resources Commissioner Jeff Norman and his team, Public Works Commissioner Al Wiggins and his team, Department of Watershed Management Mikita Browning and HR Director Jennifer Hicks for their support, ATL 311 Commissioner Maisha Good, and special shout-outs to Deputy Commissioner Danielle Nichols, Chief Candace Colas, Deputy Chief, Labor Relations Tamika, and HR Director Patrick Penland and Paula McGee. These people are specifically always answers our calls, always on call, and always setting up meetings for us so that we can discuss what's going on, because they're tired just like we're tired of the same stuff to make changes. And with that, I would like to thank you, and if I give a couple of seconds, a few minutes to anyone on my panel, they'll have something to say unless you want to take it from there. Greg?
Y'all ready for questions? You ready for questions, or?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So with all city employees, we would like those that are mandated to work 12 hours be paid, premium paid for all those 12 hours, not just for the 8 hours. That's one of the biggest complaints within the city. Instead of, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's all right. So for employees that work or are mandated to work 12 hours, holidays, special events, to be paid 12 hours premium pay for all 12. Right now it's currently 8 hours that they're getting paid, and then the 4 hours over, it just depends. If you're still within your 40-week period, it's either overtime or straight pay. So that's one big ask. That's really pretty much all that I have.
Okay, Shawanda.
Hello, I'm here on as far as for the 4 hours on call. The main issue really is the hardships that could really come behind it, since gas prices and everything's going up, and you're not getting compensated for being on call and have to be called back. And when you get paid only 4 hours and you get called back within that 4 hours, you don't get paid again unless they call you after the 4 hours is up. Then they get a call after the 4 hours, then you get another 4 hours. But when you're wasting gas to commute back and forth, let's say you get 4 or 5 calls within that 4 hours, it becomes kind of, what do you do? And we're not getting compensated for that at all.
And so one of those suggestions I have, because I was having that conversation with Commissioner Gooding, because Shawanda works in Watershed. She is one of those people that has to be on callback. She has to use her own car. There's no a city vehicle that any person that's on call is assigned to for that week, and I think that should be. And I said that we need to look at, your management team needs to look at your schedule. If you have that much callback in one night, then there's a possibility that warehouse need to be staffed at a certain time, and to look at restaffing, get someone to work that particular hours that you're going to need, that you're going to be working, and leave those callbacks for special emergency events. But just because you're on call and we can call you back and forth, sometimes that can be a little abusive.
Yeah, it sounds like we need to take a deeper dive into the on-call policy. It seems like it's fraught with, irregularities. So Councilmember Dozier, then Shook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much to you all for joining us this morning. Just a quick question with regards to the reclassification conversation from earlier. Do y'all have a ballpark of how many employees that may impact or that would need to be reclassified or considered maybe misclassified? Do you have a number of employees that you think that would impact if we were to relook?
I don't have the full city. I have the ability. I did not provide that and didn't think you were asking me that question. But for my community of interest, as I look at my listings of what we have almost 50%, and the other one as well. Need to take a look. They need to take a look at their community of interest, what they got right now, because I have, and a lot of those are coming from could come from their community of interest into ours. And we're having a lot that's moving, because we have some grade 18s that we have, and that is moving up into unclassified. But the piece of the heartburn for me is the reason they're moving them. And they're not moving them for anything. We need to get back to the structure of certain law department classifications that would be unclassified. Certain positions in finance need to be unclassified. But you don't have your field supervisor salary, where they're out there with their team working and they can't get overtime. But you're out there supervising, your team that is, and you're 19. You're not you don't hire and fire. So the people that have the ability to hire and fire should be the ones, or in one of these can't say the word. What's my word, VP? You always do that. Fiduciary responsibilities are the ones that should be unclassified. I can get you that number, though.
Thank you so much.
Yes. I'll email it to you, or our counsel. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your presentation. As always, we know you're going to bring specific policy ideas that are going to help you, and do have a budgetary impact. Regarding workplace bullying, so the last council took some steps to try to provide some remedies for that. Any improvement?
No, sir. Mr. Kenneth Butler was terminated right after this presentation. He was terminated. He was unclassified. He was terminated.
Well, was that okay. Well, we'll have to look into that.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
And Gina, wasn't there an issue where Mr. Butler also brought to the attention of misspending? I thought that also had to do with his.
I'm sorry?
I thought he also drew your attention to some misuse of money as well, which also led to
Yes, he did. It was in 311 at the time, not with Ms. Good there, the one prior to her, and misuse of fundings. He was a whistleblower, and he spread it out. He laid it out to you in our last presentation. When you go back and look at the presentation, he did the slides, he did the whole works. And the irony of it all is the two people that he complained about that was running, they're no longer here. So they terminated him before they left. And so at this point, he's very sour about it. You've seen him on the news because the news reached out to him because of his factual. They found out what he was saying was factual. And several years before that, before pandemic hit, when we had a whistleblower for a watershed, before this person came on board, she was terminated. But unfortunately, she decided to not let the union help get her job restored. She turned to a private attorney and did litigation, and actually she won her case.
Mr. Shook, you still have
No, that's fine. Thank you. So just a note about payroll runs. I remember when there were 8, and that got condensed into 1. Having 8 was not the most problem-free, efficient way to do that. So I imagine there would be, well, you know how this place works. There would be problems. Not that we don't have them now. Paying class study, I'm with you. They look attractive to the uninitiated. Frankly, I'd rather take the $750,000 to $1 million and reinvest that in our employees, because all you're getting is a snapshot that's totally dated a year later. Glad you brought up the evaluation process. It's just never worked here. It's one of the most glaring problems within this organization. It's been that way for as long as I've been here. It's fraught with politics, and people get graded a lot of times for all the wrong reasons. Any best practices, suggestions you can bring to us to help imbue that process with any rational meaning would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, I can briefly, real quickly share that with you for the sake of time, because my colleagues, unless you allow me a little bit time over, but we can present that to you in writing. But the bottom line where the problem comes, we don't have a standardized evaluation process. We don't have it. That should be geared by the Department of Human Resources. This broke down way before the past. This broke down even before Ms. Yancey was here. She tried to get some leadway on it with commitments, 6 months evaluations, and then your evaluations. That has gone amok. Pandemic didn't help it none. The problem is we don't have a rebuttal session or a committee when I don't agree with what my person is evaluating me on. It's still going to go, whether I sign it or not, it's still going to go in the file, it's still going to go to my person, to HR. There is no rebuttal session or committee that I can take this to say, I'm in disagreement, here's why, here's my documentation, I need it changed. And so what you have now is, if it's tied, when it was tied to money, I've got a less effective, I didn't get any money, but I got a bad evaluation that was fraudulent. We've even had a case just recently where one of our members was threatened and intimidated and signed a blank evaluation form, a blank one. And of course we wrapped her around, but she didn't know, because she was afraid because of what they see what happens. I speak out, I'm going to get fired, because it's blatant out there. But we did have the opportunity to turn that in to Commissioner Norman. They are investigating that, so hopefully we can get a stop to that. But that I can submit a plan for, PACE can submit to you all a plan that we would suggest how to help best serve their evaluations. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, quickly. How many folks are on call from your unit, and how many cars are needed?
I can actually send you, we have a 6-month layout.
Mm-hmm.
I can actually send you the on-call list, so you kind of give you an idea.
So what is,
Different weeks.
have you all spoken with Commissioner Norman regarding this?
I have
People using their personal vehicles on call?
Actually, when I came on, because I'm new on the on-call board, and that was one of my problems, because one time I almost ran out of gas and didn't have no money to even put gas in my car. And then I asked my manager, Mr. Jeffrey Dowell, about that, but I guess it's out of his range to do. And he said there was nothing they could do, because I can't use the truck vehicle that we do have stationed at the warehouse.
You cannot use it?
No, not for on-call.
She brought it to us. How long has this issue been going on?
Apparently longer than I've been there. Since I've started, it's been going on longer before, or sometimes some people did use it, then they stopped it.
Will you please follow up with the email on that issue and let us know what's needed?
Yes, ma'am, I
Thank
certainly
you.
will. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Well, I appreciate the presentation and the specific kind of delineating the request. That's really helpful. Yep. Sure. Can you get the microphone? Push the microphone. Push the microphone.
For all the years that we made presentations to council, well, I like to go into a new era for council in partnership with us. We would like to get feedback from our presentation for you. You ask us to provide information to you. If there's anything like, we thank you, Councilman Boone, that you want us to come back to you on certain things. But we would like to get some feedback to the union of what you guys as a council can do for us, of what you see on our presentations, that are our requests. If there's anything that you would like to see fulfilled, take to him, do a legislation talk. We would like to get feedback from you, other than just getting my presentation, no disrespect, talking to me right now, and then let it go. And then we got to come back up here during budget time and be fussing. I'm tired of fussing. I'm too old. I don't want to fuss anymore. I just want to show you and tell you what's going on. We already told you, thank you, Mr. Shook, about questioning about the ability to be up here and talking. And then we're losing members or employees for not just the executive board, but any employees that's coming out to speak, and then they got to get fired or lose their job. We got to stop this. And we got to find a way that you guys, whatever your realm of authority with the administration, needs to protect us. And we need that. So hopefully I'll hear something back from you by email, like we coming to present to you, or as a group. But we like some feedback.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. Councilmember Lewis, and then Shook.
We'll try to get the feedback to you. I don't know how soon we'll get it. I do know that we have been working on weekly pay. I was going to ask you, we've been working on that for a while in my office because we know that would encourage folks. But I was going to ask your suggestion, right? Some feedback from you. Do you think that we should try to keep it as long as we have staffing under a low number to encourage people to come in, or do you think we should keep it as long as the pandemic is going? Because the financial department did come back to us and tell us that it's hard. That it's going to be harder when we go to this new system than it is now to do it weekly.
Let me tell you from experience, sir. Thanks, that's a good question. Before we came to Kronos, before we came into all of this new electronic stuff, we did that little card clock in. We had the big sheets, because I was one of the accountants when I first got here. I had a green pen, a red pen, and a black felt pen. And I had 215 employees on this grid that by 2 weeks, I had to manually go in and put in whether they're here, whether they're on vacation, or whether they're overtime. And that's how they got paid. So to tell me that we never, ever, really rarely had pay issues, rarely. And Mr. Ingram, you were in sanitation, so you remember that. And we were able to get these checks. If there was an error in the overtime, they were able to do an off-cycle check, which was rare. So going from manually to all of this high-tech new profile OTL system from the Kronos system, there should not, in my opinion, don't know, not there, disclaimer, I don't see how electronically it is what do you call that term, graphic right in it, your computer department, I don't see why that could not happen and not affect a lot of manpower.
So, which was the same thing I said to them as well. You also talked about 911 workers being essential service. You mean to tell me that they haven't been receiving the 312 the entire time?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's something I didn't know. We worked on 4, and I think part of the reason why I think is because you do have 16s and 19s, because we, Councilmember Boone and I, we personally have worked on getting 4 19s their pay from the recreation centers, because they're the only people in recreation centers that haven't gotten their pay. One last thing, are you only working to get 312 permanent increase?
For to get to 15 to 18,
yes.
Yeah, we're looking for a 10% eventually across the board. I know we can't ask for that 10% right now because we're coming out of pandemic. We don't know where the revenue is coming in. We don't know how the city is going to be, how the city makes money, because I'm very deemed to that. We don't know if pandemic is going to go away completely. We don't know. But right now we're trying to be frugal, and we're asking our employees to if we can hold back on any healthcare cost increases, give them that 2% increase, give the ones that we need for the people that's coming back in that $3.12 more for that pandemic, that federal agency funds or whatever. And then for the FY23, FY24, we're going to come back and ask for that 10% increase where we are.
I think you should ask now.
Okay.
I think that when you sat down and you said the 312 and you were being modest when you asked for that, the police and fire are not going to come in and be modest.
Police and fire never do. They always come up.
I want the unions to come in. I want all of us to come in asking for strong money, because we are a healthy city, and we have a mayor who cares about the workers.
Well, let me say this, sir, to your point, and I agree. So let me say this for the record. Outside of my presentation, PACE is requesting right now for 10% increase in salaries for all grades 27 and below. Grades 27 and below. Also, we want to maintain the pandemic pay, because that is federal given, and we want to keep that. And we also is asking that we do not have an increase in health care costs. If there is an increase in health care costs, the city would absorb that at least for this 1 year.
Now, she bargaining. She ain't going to get all that, but that's collective bargaining. That's collective bargaining. I appreciate you for coming today. And I know you said this is the first time this many city council people sat in there. We got an active council. And we hear you. Hear you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, Ms. Pagnano-Murphy, thank you very much for your presentation, and your team for your presentation.
Thank you.
And we look forward to kind of working with you on those requests.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask the fire folks to try and quickly transition so that we can try and make up some of the time here. Good, how are you?
Thank you. Real quick. Hey, what's going on? What's up? I know it's been a minute. It's been really good. I moved. He's my neighbor now. Yeah, I tried. Before I went, I was looking at Adamsville. I said before I bought my house, I was looking at Adamsville, and I was telling him, yeah, been a good spot.
All right, colleagues, if you can go ahead and take your seats, we're going to go ahead and move right into the International Firefighters presentation. Mr. Bailey, are you good to go? We're ready when you are.
Good to go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for being here today. Okay, I'll get started. Okay. So as you guys know, it's been a kind of exciting 2 weeks, very eventful. I want to start by saying the mayor and his administration have been just amazing over these last few weeks. We've had tons of conversations, and we all heard the announcement at the Breakfast with the Bravest. And we're hearing they're still continuing to work to make sure that we can, get past this staffing issue and get us back to where we need to be. First, I want to talk about how we kind of got in this situation, and a lot of it was just miscommunication and bad luck of the pandemic. So we'll start by going over our firefighter rank salary comparison. We conducted a Mercer pay study, and the pay study said our base salaries should be $50,000 to $68,024 for the base rank of firefighter. There was two options. The last administration initially talked about option 2, but we quickly agreed that with other employees not being yet up to market, that it would be unfair to try to make us, the market leader without first bringing them up. So we agreed on Mercer option 1. The pay study came out in May of 2019. The last few months of the year in 2019, we came up here and held multiple meetings, went over the total compensation, the pension contributions, and the total actual cost of the implementation. And a few weeks went by, and then we got an alert that we were making an announcement for the pay implementation. And then we had the historic pay announcement based on the Mercer pay study, salary and tier recommendations. And then we had our first increment, and we were told this was going to be a much smaller increment because it was coming out of the budget, the mid-year budget. Then we were trying to get some more information about how can we get this on paper, can we actually see what our salaries are going to be and exactly how it's going to be implemented, because unlike APD, ours wasn't done by rank. It was done, everybody was going to get a chunk at a time, and then it would be, solidified next year. So that didn't happen, and then we got another increment that July, and it was still very small, and the tiers had yet not changed, and that's when, as I spoke about in front of council, how we kind of decided, do we kind of sound the alarm, or do we just keep going, because July 2020 was kind of tough for the city. So we just kept working, and then I started reaching out to the administration and to a few council members, alerting them that the math isn't adding up as it should. So getting with the administration over the past few weeks, there's been tons of conversations, and I don't know if I should say this or not, but I think this mayor is paying some bills that should have already been paid, by the past administration. And I'm not saying that to be mean, but it took one meeting with him and his administration to say, okay, we're gonna start taking care of this. And from the announcement at the Breakfast with the Bravest, he's doing it a year in advance, which is amazing. So 5 years I've been working on this, and one meeting with the mayor and the administration. And so, man, it's been a good couple weeks. We want to keep moving, and for you guys to really support it and really get behind it, I think it's important for y'all to know the history of it, because the firefighters were going through some tough times, and City Hall being shut down, it was hard to get meetings. In March, we had a meeting with HR on Friday, and the city shut down on that Wednesday. So that's how the luck kind of hit for us. But we kept working, and that's why I love the men and women that I work with, because we just knew we had a job to do, and we did it. But as you can see from the Mercer on the page, the base pay was 50, and then tier 5 would be 68, and then it goes up from there with the ranks. And if you look from the page before, you can see kind of this first page where it says rank salary comparison. That really explains our whole situation on why we are losing people rapidly. Because we can hire them, we can find them, we get great people.
It hurts to see them go because, you know, they're basically our family. But when they have to leave to seek higher wages, you know, it's a real bummer, and it looks like things are about to change drastically for a lot of them, and I'm really super happy about it. But yeah, the 55 top out was the real problem because, you know, other people know we have great people. People are putting billboards up around town looking for our people, so they know Atlanta can find great talent and train it, and we just got to find a way to keep it, and the administration has definitely made it a priority. So, yeah, 50 to 68 is kind of what we went over for 3 months. We had the announcement, and then the increments weren't adding up. And just to kind of put more emphasis behind this and how grateful we are, we did an IFF study, which we called all the union presidents of the same cities that are over the Mercer cities. And it kind of lined up last time when we did an IFF study with the Mercer. And as you can see, it's anywhere from 5% increase up to 10% for some of the cities. But our base being currently now 46, I know it's about to change, but currently 46, and the other jurisdictions in the Mercer are about 53, and they go all the way up to 76, maximum base being 77. And we even added in other total compensation, which the Mercer didn't, like uniform allowance. Like, we try to add in every cent that we get from the cities and counties, just to be fair. And the variance, this explains it again while we run into our issue, only 7.3% behind, you know, from total compensation. When you add in uniform allowance, built-in overtime, it's 56, and we're at 52 right now. Year 6, that's when everybody's leaving, finding other jobs, because our competition is 71, and we're only at 57 total compensation. So we signed the Mediation Act last year, and I swore to all of you that we will not go to mediation because Atlanta's now a big booming tech city with Hollywood of the South, and especially when you compare us to the populations of similar cities, our salaries are kind of way behind those. And to be fair, we could strike out Sacramento, Long Beach, and probably a few others from the cost of living. But the one that really got me was Raleigh, North Carolina. Nothing against Raleigh, great city, but it's not Atlanta. And their starting is almost ours, and they still top out in the 70s on their pay scale. So as you can see, our current 46, top 55. The averages in the cities based on the Mediation Act would be 58 to 81. And as I spoke with the administration, I said we're grateful for all that he's doing in his first budget. We're getting uniform allowance increase, and I know the chief is still working on incentives. So it sounds like the mayor's doing everything that he absolutely can to keep every person. And that's going to help us, because we have a lot of people right now that are on the fence. You know, they kind of want to stay, but the bills are kind of adding up. And with these increases, it's really going to make an impact. So we talk about staffing. You know, we're always saying we need 4 on an engine. The chart, I didn't really realize how busy we have become since I started in 05. But in 05, we had 4 and 4. When we had our line of duty death with Stephen Solomon, we had 4 and 4. Now we ride 3 and 3. And when I started, we had 58,000 calls with almost 1,100 sworn. Now we're at 94,000 calls with only 835. It might even be a little less. So we're almost doubling our calls, and we're down about 200 or so firefighters. And I joked with the administration, and they did laugh. I said, can we just, as the calls double? And they were like, well, we'll get you where you need to be. I was like, all right, I appreciate it. But so when we did the Mercer, we had 905 sworn. So you can see how we've dropped so much since we did the study. And that's why, that's honestly why I came down here. I said, it's time to put a little more emphasis on, we really need some help. And the administration has answered that call, no doubt. Stephen Solomon, again, he was critically injured. We had 4 firefighters on every engine in the city, and the safety report recommendation stated that the officer in charge, should not engage in firefighting duties while in the command mode. It's impossible not to do that when you have 3, and that's when we get in trouble. And our chiefs and deputies and assistants, they're constantly teaching us, when you're in charge of the apparatus, you have to be in charge and take a wide view of the scene and not engage in in the actual skill level. So that's another reason why we want to get back to that. With 4, we're faster, we're more efficient, and we're less fatigued, and that just makes us better for the citizens. And new incentives, I tried to take both public safety and finance, y'all's goals, and try to see how we could match that up. And I mentioned this to Councilmember Boone as well when we were talking about the Mediation Act. Instead of us going, hey, we want to be top pay like everybody else every year when we work on collective bargaining, we can keep it a little bit below if we can reward those high performers with incentives where a few might even be able to go a little past. Because we have so many responsibilities now, when the city's like, hey, we need someone to take on this new emergency initiative, we're always like, we got it, we'll take it. And that requires a lot of training. And currently, since we don't have a training center, I know it's coming, but we're about to promote out a lot of these positions in technical rescue and others. Because they're high performers, they're going to study well, they're going to promote up, and we'll be left with vacancies. So new incentives will help, and the chief is working on that as we speak. Man, we went through this very quickly. It's a lot of time for questions, I guess, at the end. So again, I want to thank the mayor. I've never been more pleased, I spoke to him on the phone. He's super genuine, and he's gonna take care of this, and he's already made the announcement. They told us to kind of just say it's coming, but he made the announcement to breakfast, and we've had multiple phone calls this week, and it looks like it's going to be a really good year. And personally, I've been working on this for a long time, so my wife's going to be happy that we can probably take a vacation. So very, very happy with his commitment, especially in his very first budget, to put so much emphasis on the fire department. Not just the salaries, and just to let you guys into our world, in past administrations or chiefs, we would have conversations that things were happening, and we would get one thing, but then we would find out a couple months later that we didn't get the other thing we needed. And a lot of times that other thing was vital equipment. Mm-hmm. And that hurts us just as much as salaries. We bring in our cleaning equipment to clean the fire trucks. We bring in our own paint to paint the rims on the fire trucks. Like, our equipment is just as important as our salary, because without the vital equipment, we can't do our job. So with this administration, I'm positive that won't be an issue, because we have direct access. I mean, it's been pretty amazing. And the last page is the salaries and tiers that we just based off of the Mercer. And as you can see, the 50,000, and then in the Mercer it said every 2 years, which is similar to the sergeant, lieutenant, captain. And the battalion chief is only there for reference, because that's obviously up to the fire chief, because there's a range. But they work hard too, so hope they negotiate well with the chief to get the money that they deserve. And especially, you got to think about it, every day staffing.
Twice.
Every day staffing is a challenge, so our chiefs have to work even harder to find people to fill in those positions. And I apologize for only 2 of us here today, but multiple members are working overtime. So I know y'all rather be on the trucks than be here. So. Yeah. Do you all have any questions?
There's a queue lining up. I just want to ask one quick question before. We got Hillis, then Dozier, then Winston, then Lewis. Okay. I just want to confirm. So this schedule that's at the back of our packet, this is your understanding of what is already built into the FY23 budget and personnel paper. That's your understanding.
I got a phone call yesterday, and I confirmed the Mercer salaries. Yes, and if there's some changes to that, we can have the conversation, but we just sat down and the years per rank.
Yeah, this just gives us something to look for and confirm once we start seeing all the, get into the weeds of the numbers, but I'm glad that you provided the schedule to us. All right, so I've got Hillis, Dozier, Winston, and Lewis. And
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank both of you for the presentation and your work. So I'm glad to hear that what we've both been pushing for is to get you all to the Mercer Option 1, which was promised a few years ago, but not fully implemented, that we both received that commitment. So that's all I have. No, I'm just kidding. I have some more questions.
Pretty good, though. Pretty good.
But that is a great start. Some other things that I hope implementing that addresses. So as you just mentioned, many of you already work 24-hour shifts. And I thought I had it bad when I was working 12-hour shifts and asked as an ICU nurse to stay for 18 hours. So props to you all. But are now working 48-hour shifts, back-to-back shifts, because there's only 3 shifts. So you pick up an extra, you're either on the front end of your regular shift or the back end of your regular shift. How many positions do you all need to add to, number one, get off of those 48-hour shifts, and number two, to get our engines back to the staffing of 4?
When there was a period after the financial crisis that we were fully staffed, we had 4 and 4, and so for us to ride 4 and 4, we would need to fill every position, and even occasionally there would be, with public safety, you're always going to have some overtime. So there was always occasional overtime. But guys, we have some guys that like doing it, a few that like working overtime. When you're single, young, it sets in when they get married and have children that stops. But if we fill all the positions, we could have 4 and 4. I remember it, when Stephen Solomon was injured, I think there was only one ladder truck in the city that had 3, and all the engines had 4. Mayor Franklin, or she hired around 300 firefighters. She did a lot of lateral classes. And the reason she did that, one of the reasons we talk about emergency medical services, there was a national report that came out that said Atlanta was near the bottom. And in case there's any journalists listening, this is from 2005. So from 2005, there was a report that said Atlanta was near the bottom if you had a cardiac arrest to being resuscitated. So she went on a hiring spree of paramedics, and we put a lot of paramedic engines in service and really ramped up our advanced life support. And we're losing paramedics now in our talks with the administration because they're valuable to other organizations. And with the ambulance situation, we need every certification, every person we have. And with this commitment from the administration, you guys are battling the past, and in the conversations with the administration, they're kind of battling the past too. They're definitely paying bills that should have been paid. But when the people see it, when the chief puts out the pay scale this year and all that, that's when it's really going to hit them. Because we were promised the 2020 rollout, and it was nobody's fault. It's just somebody forgot to update the amounts so it would add up.
And just to follow up and a little bit of reiteration of what he's talking about, as far as Atlanta in 05 being ranked low when it came to doing CPR, it's really key for the initial responding unit to be fully staffed, because every person that is not on that apparatus, it takes away from what I can do. If I am a paramedic, and so it's my responsibility to ensure everything goes through, such as the same as Nate. But if I have 3 people, I have one person to do CPR, and then one person to do everything else, and now I have to be involved. So it takes away from the oversight. And we're coming to a point where we're sustaining our services with overtime in a somewhat substantial amount, but we can't overcome the experience that's lost. It's almost, I'm sure you all have taken some type of public speaking class or have some type of practice doing it, and you remember what it felt like the first time, and it took a while before you got comfortable. Such is the same when you are trying to save somebody's life in front of their family. So, and excuse me if my energy is a little low today, because we had a cardiac arrest 3 o'clock this morning. And so, yes, I'm a little tired, but very, very excited to be here. But we're the first line for our homeless population, people dealing with substance abuse, just a variety of things. So every time we show up with less people, it has a systemic effect. And it's not just fires, it's a variety of things. So I think our end game is to try to keep up the quality of service that we've been able to provide, because you can make up for that with overtime, but once the experience is gone, that median level of experience at the lower end, I'm not sure what our performance will be. So, and that's what really strikes me in my heart, so it's brought me here. So, yeah.
2 more questions. What is the current, because we're not going to, we can enact this tomorrow, it's going to take some time to staff up, just because of the capacity of the academy, et cetera. What is the current lateral program? How are they determined to be brought in at, and how would implementing this Mercer
wanna
1
say-
fully affect that?
I don't want to say exactly the amount because they go from 6 weeks to 8 weeks, but I know the training center has a plan in place. Is it 8 weeks? Do you know? 8 weeks. Okay. Maybe 12. Yeah, but if we can, a lot of them already have their paramedic, their EMT advanced, they have hazmat tech, so a lot of the certs that we would have to keep them down there and train, we just basically familiarize them with the Atlanta way, like our engine setup, trucks, do some high-rise familiarization, MARTA drills, because they already have the base firefighter certification. But again, we did 305, so I think once this is made public, the pay scale, and once we put that on an advertisement, then people are going to be like, okay, they mean business. And then
How is it currently determined what tier they're brought in at? Is it just their number of years of service elsewhere, or?
We did polling, and they would come because it's Atlanta. And again, this has kind of helped the city. For years, it helped the city kind of be the underpaid a little bit. They want to work in the city, But with Gen Z, they're kind of going after the money more, I guess. But if we started at 50, and the chief's working on this, but we could get some laterals for 50. If they're going to go up to 54 a year two, they would come here. I'm pretty sure we could recruit around the southeast and get some large classes.
And then my last question, moving on from staffing to apparatus, which you briefly touched on. This, I believe you all brought this to my attention a year or over ago. And for the new members of council, I propose an actual ordinance to pull money from the reserves to purchase, I believe it was 5 engines, 5 ladders, or 5 or 6 of each. Most of my colleagues at the time signed on to that. We were going to pass it, and the previous administration pushed back against that. We ended up passing a resolution, which we could pass a resolution saying that the earth is flat.
Right.
They don't really mean anything. So I know we've passed that resolution that sets out what the plan is, but I can't seem to get a straight answer as to where those purchases are in the process, because I haven't seen any ordinances that dedicate the money still to what this resolution we passed last year says.
Yes, I know that 1-in-1 is already, I think, on the way, and the chief is looking at getting some. And again, the pandemic, I guess the pandemic never hits at a good time, but the pandemic hit at a really bad time for us because we already had large vacancies and apparatus issues. So, with what the chief had when he took the helm, he's done an amazing job, I have to say. But the lead time on some of these apparatus are 12 to 18 months to get them built. So that's where everyone can help us, because finance might say, well, why do you need 12 or 10 engines? Because by the time we get them all in, we'll need to replace others. But the mayor, I think, said, even at the breakfast, he said 7 engines, 6 trucks. So, and again, there's never any ill intent. Sometimes it's 25 departments. We'll just have to make sure the funds get released. And from speaking to the administration, I'm pretty sure it will. So as soon as the chief identifies those apparatus, we'll get them in here. But I have no doubt at all that this administration won't release any funds necessary to get that apparatus.
And your current reserves are over 20 years old, correct?
We actually have some front lines that were purchased in 2001, and I'm glad you asked that. I'm glad you asked that question, because our call volume's doubled, and we used to order 3 engines and 2 trucks. And since our call volume's doubled and the wear and tear of the medical calls, we'll probably need to ramp that up, because most cities our size, none of their apparatus are over 7 years old, because you have to make sure it's going to be dependable. You don't want to be pumping a fire and the engine shut down, So it's I know, and this is where we want to help you all. We talk about this all the time, about a separate fund, and we can work on this over the next year with the state, a separate fund for public safety capital purchases, because it is getting way too expensive, and we always have to come down and ask for salaries. Oh, and by the way, we need $10 million for trucks, and it's always a hit on y'all's budget coming out of the general fund for all of the things that we need, all the equipment. So we're going to work on that. I think we're going to be good this budget based on the conversations, but we look at what all the other fire departments do, and we talk to the unions and union presidents, and we're like, how do they keep taxes low and buy all this great equipment and keep salaries? And it's a lot of different funds. Y'all are depending on public safety from just the general fund, and it's I know it's a struggle every year to fund everything out of the general fund. So we've been talking with some state legislators about what can we do at the state level to kind of put some emphasis on capital projects. We know that salaries and benefits, that's kind of like a no-go for a fund, but it shouldn't be an issue for capital projects. And now that I don't have to focus all my time on salaries, we'll start working on that immediately after the budget takes effect. But yeah, sorry, Councilmember.
And then speaking on alternative funds, we also do have for capital projects the impact fees, which the previous council increased those, which will thankfully help us replace many of our stations. And then another proposal that I proposed a few years ago under the previous administration was to enact special event public safety fees, and was told, was kind of shot down by the previous administration as well, and also there was some probably necessity to go to the state to enact those funds, but would pay for capital projects for police and fire. So I'm definitely going to be looking into that again and putting that on the legislative agenda for the next session.
Thank you for that. You actually inspired me to write a paper based on that news story you did about the public safety tax. We did some numbers. I think if you did 3% on the Super Bowl, based on the ticket prices, it would have been about $11 million in tax. So, a small amount divided up. If we keep putting in the pot, it'll help you guys, or you free up more money for sidewalks and other ventures, So we're definitely looking forward to working on you with that, and I appreciate it.
Definitely look forward to working with you all more, and that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hillis. And I failed to mention that we've been joined by Council members Byron Amos and Michael Bond. All right, the next up is Dozier, followed by Winston, and then Lewis. Oh, there's a list behind that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And it's actually good that you brought up the opportunity for maybe a tax with the Super Bowl a couple years ago. Now that we know that as of today, the college football championship will be coming back to Atlanta in 2025, followed by a potential World Cup in 2026. So yeah. I did have a quick question. I feel like every time I see conversations around Mercer pay studies, it's specifically what's resulting is the difference in pay and where there's some opportunities for growth or changes. I don't think I've actually ever seen a full study. I'm curious if the full study also looks at cost of living, if it looks at, I really appreciated the incidents per year chart that you shared. I'm curious how we stack against Raleigh, for instance, in terms of workload per firefighter. I'm curious about even like if there's a bonus structure that some of these other cities are offering for new firefighters and compare it to our city. So this is just a question, is that provided in that study, or is that something that we could look at as council members separately to see how we stack against competitor cities?
Yes, excellent question. And I was listening to the previous presentation, and Councilmember Shook was talking about, a pay study doesn't really take everything into effect. So the IFF does it where it's all compensation and, even uniform allowance. They calculate that into your total compensation. And as you said, why spend so much money when we can kind of do it other ways? I think that Public Safety Compensation Committee, if we really get zoned in on that and we get some real players that are, really take it serious, I think we can really kind of figure out what we should be making. And as far as the bonuses, I think DeKalb's offering, that's one thing that upset me, and that's what led to me coming down here, I guess, is they're kind of making their proposal based on how we certify and what our starting is. And we can't blame people for wanting to lure good people away, but yeah, DeKalb is doing a $5,000 sign-on bonus. But now our starting pay is going to be should be higher than theirs, so we'll be good. But yeah, a lot of places are right now doing a $5,000, and a lot of places are doing a $3,000 retention bonus for public safety, even in the metro area, and a lot of larger cities are doing it for public safety because there were a lot of retirements with the pandemic, and then what really hurt, and I'm sure PD will speak on this too, not being able to hire or train during that year, or having to take a big period off when you already have vacancies. That's kind of what put us in this situation. So anything that's different than the other jurisdictions, a little more incentive always helps.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Winston, followed by Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I just want to thank the Atlanta Fire Department for all you do. My grandfather was a volunteer firefighter, first African-American in his hometown, so I understand the sacrifice that you all make, but that your families make as well. So I want to first thank you for that. We've had conversations around the fact that you all, firefighters, are having to leave the city limits to actually do some of their training and fulfill some of those requirements. I just wanted to see if you can talk about, kind of what that process is like today. I know some of them are actually having to do that while on active duty, while they're supposed to be, actually in the city. But, is there anything that we can do to address that, within this current budget conversation to be able to help, while we find a permanent solution for that?
That's an excellent question, because we were just discussing that the other day about, and I know the chief's working on this with his budget, about until we get our training center up and running and all the stations, because our training is very different than any other city department. I'm positive we have the longest recruit school because we're firefighters and EMTs. It's almost a year. By the way, your citizens pay over $100,000 per recruit before they ever provide any service to the citizens. So we got to keep them. But I know the chief's going to start adding some more money, I believe, to the budget so we can send people to get all these certifications. And we just sent a large group up to the Fire Department Instructors Conference in Indianapolis. So to bridge the gap, like we're dependent on Douglas County's burn building. Our training tower, I don't know how much of this I should say right now, but our training tower is kind of closed down because it's just old, and we're trying to bridge that gap until we get the new state-of-the-art training center open. But the chief is sending people out to get certifications, and we have a great partnership with the metro counties like Gwinnett, DeKalb. We do a lot of training with DeKalb, especially technical rescue, because we have one thing that a lot of these rural counties don't have, and that's high-rise buildings. So we usually provide the rope training, and then they'll trade off and give us other training as well. But once we get the training center, that's going to be a huge recruitment tool. Like when you have a huge state-of-the-art training center, because that's the first thing a recruit's going to look at is, what's the training center look like? So once we get that open, it'll change the game. But yeah, the chief's going to keep budgeting and do training, either partnering up with organizations nearby or just sending them to conferences to get the training they need.
All right, Councilmember Lewis, followed by Amos, and then back to Ari.
Nate, it was good talking with you this week. I'm excited to hear your presentation today. I hope the strong words that you used today were worth it as well. The MRSA option is the option that you think that we need. And do you have a collective bargaining agreement or an MOU currently?
We, thanks to Councilmember Boone and then the support of Councilmember Hillis and all the council members, we signed in the Mediation Act last year. And we've started the conversation with Human Resources on all the other issues that we want in the contract. And just to summarize kind of where we're at, the big one was the pay, and I think we're good on that. And our current chief is probably one of the best chiefs we've ever had. Oh, yeah. He's amazing. And remember, Councilmember Shook last time, he said, we're good to you guys. Why do you need this? I said, because y'all won't be here forever. So we want to make sure we can, keep that going. Our chief will retire soon, and every policy and everything that he's doing by boosting morale. And just to let you guys know how great of a leader he is, we're working more overtime than we've ever worked, and he's never, ever had to enact a mandatory overtime policy. We just don't want to let him down. We don't want to let the citizens down, so it's just like an agreement. If you can work, let's keep the stations open. So that's a testament to his leadership for sure. But again, he was like, well, I'm good to you guys. I'll do all these things. I said, Chief, we got to get it on paper so we can keep it going. And he's like, okay, I understand. So we'll keep working on it. And as me and you, we spoke about, Councilmember, we'll have some more discussions. And since it's the first contract, it might take a little longer, but the discussions are going good. I mean,
you're negotiating though, right? Right now, like even this. You said this was in the mayor's budget. You never gave him this to put in the budget, but he knew to put this in there.
Yes, we had
because you negotiated that with someone else.
Right. Yes,
okay.
That was a previous administration. But to his credit, it was, again, I guess we got to be honest here. It was really underfunded in the past budgets. I don't think it was anyone's fault. It's just it was hard to get a hold of anyone to change the tier system.
And my last thing, what do you think stopped the funding from coming out last time? Like, we keep hearing folks, even Miss Gina, before she left, she said 2% was agreed to, but 2.3 came, the 1.7 never came. What do you think stops a handshake from being a handshake?
The contract.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Amos, and then Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yes, sir, gentlemen. I just want to echo what everyone has said. Thank you for your service and for what you do. I don't think that everyone fully realized, just as firefighters, men and women, exactly how much you do for the city of Atlanta. You know, and everyone know I myself a graduate of the Citizens Fire Academy, but more importantly, I was chair of the Vine City Civic Association when Firefighter Solomon lost his life, and just understanding how that happened. Understanding exactly what 3 and 4 means, just how critical having that fourth person is. I know there used to be a domino effect when we dropped staffing on fire apparatus, that some insurance companies actually look at the insurance rates for the city and single-family homes and things of that nature. Sometimes it goes up. Is that still existing in this day? What is the domino effect of not fully staffing our apparatuses?
Well, great question. I was going to hit on that in a little bit before we got out of here, but the ISO will look at who's on the truck. They're not going to look at if it's their third shift in a row or fourth shift in a row. And with the commitment the mayor's making, we'll be on the trucks. So I know that I saw there was another news story about that, and again, can't control what happens after you come to council, but I can promise you that with the commitment the mayor's making, that is not in jeopardy. We will work every day. I had the conversation with my wife because I don't work that much overtime because I have a 2-year-old and we have daycare issues, but my mother-in-law will be watching the little one, and I'll be on the truck. So you can tell the citizens of Atlanta that's not going to be an issue. I mean, and that's just a partnership, and by him making this huge commitment in the budget, we'll do what we need to do to make sure the citizens don't incur any more costs.
On your slide, new incentives, I see things on there that you guys already do. Trench rescue, collapse rescue. Now that we're bringing the park space close to the Chattahoochee River online, I see things of that nature increasing. But what I really want to talk about is you got post-certified down here as a new incentive. Well, explain that a little bit.
We have a fire investigations unit, Homeland Security, Office of Professional Services. So we have a lot of firefighters that are basically police certified as well. And just to give you an idea of why we were fighting to keep these good people, we recently had a 15-year veteran, bilingual, post-certified, paramedic, technical rescue, firefighter, hazmat tech, left to go to a department in Florida making more than he was making here. So this budget will help change that for sure. So yeah, we're kind of the do-all, and that's where we've ramped up. We've actually hired a PR firm, and we've really jumped up our social media. When you guys go to fight for us and the mayor, it's going to help you if we inform the public of exactly everything that we do. Because we have multiple jobs. Somebody listed all of our responsibilities that have changed over the last 20 years, and it's basically just a long sheet of, we can go from a cardiac arrest to a house fire to someone stuck in a manhole, to a hazardous materials leak at one of the universities. So we can do it all, and we try to do our best at it. But having all this staffing and now being able to increase it's certainly going to help.
Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Hey, Nate. First, obviously, I'm a big supporter and fan, and I don't think everyone knows also what y'all are facing during the pandemic when they were telling you to just reuse your masks and not providing you with any sanitizer or PPE or anything else. Y'all are incredible. So one of the things I wanted to kind of gain clarity on, because we've talked about this over the years, is on-time payments and payroll, and has that been sorted out? I'm glad that we're getting these bigger pieces taken care of, but in terms of on-time pay, and the way that it is now, y'all can't afford to miss a paycheck. So has that been sorted?
Can we lead in with that?
So specifically to that avenue of payroll discrepancies, there's a issue with the technology when it comes to our time cards and them being processed and actually meeting your check. I would recommend if we can have the conversation at some point, and I think this is applicable citywide to all employees. If you don't get paid on that Friday and your check is not there, you have to wait for HR and payroll to put your check on a debit card. And so it's very limiting. I know a lot of employees, not just in fire, that have dealt with it. So I'm not sure how that conversation is started and what form we can have it in. But as far as the payments, because there's human interaction with the process, some mistakes will happen. But it's not just a mistake, it's the time it takes to recover from it. And so given the excessive amount of inflation, I mean, just a variety of things. It's just me. All I have is me in my house and my lawnmower. But a lot of my coworkers, they have full families. And so getting paid on Tuesday instead of Friday is what's really painful. So if we were able to change the process on how people are compensated and how long they have to wait, that would be great. Because not only does the debit card take time, but it's limiting. I can't pay my bills on it. And there's a wait time to get that money transferred over to your account. It's very inconvenient. So I would more so point to that, because mistakes are going to happen. I mean, this is a big city and we have a lot of employees, but it's more so the recourse. It could be a lot better.
Yeah, I wanted to add too, like in August, I didn't receive a paycheck at all in one of the pay cycles. And I got alerted because a few people called me and said, hey, I haven't received my paycheck. So I said, well, let me check mine. And no, there was no paycheck. So with our collective bargaining, with our discussions, and this is something that I think should be citywide, if your check is off by a certain percent, you should get a check cut, that day. Yeah. There should be somebody available that could get you paid, because, again, my wife's an RN, and we're very frugal, and I was fortunate enough to be okay, but if you're not okay and you are paycheck to paycheck, that's a big one. So hopefully something can happen in HR where we have a policy where if it is wrong, mistakes are going to happen, but if it's wrong, let's get it corrected right away.
And to touch on what he said, again, not to beat a dead horse, but he said there's an increment that you have to fall below to qualify to get an off-cycle check. It's 60% of your regular time. So if, Battalion 1 and 5 called me to work 3 overtime shifts in 2 weeks, that's not included in that off-cycle check. They're only going to give me an off-cycle check if I get paid less than 60%. And so we don't just have people that don't get paid the entire check. Sometimes they may get 70%, but they can't get an off-cycle check because it's not 59, if that makes sense. So I know there's somewhere where it's codified and it's written down, but it would be great if we could change that.
Before I go to my next question, Chairperson Wong, can you advise on how we could begin that?
So I was just going to share with everybody. So HR is doing their presentation at FEC this coming Wednesday. So I would ask if y'all do find, kind of following up on our question, that the discrepancies and the processing issues have not been resolved, please let us know or make sure that the fire HR person is there to answer these questions.
Okay, thank you.
And then my next question, at the breakfast the other morning, I heard the chairperson for the foundation mention the washers and dryers that were able to get the carcinogens out. This was something that we had talked about 4 years ago. I remember it being an issue. So has that been handled? Have y'all been able to get those into firehouses?
Yes. When Chief Smith took the helm, things started happening a lot faster. Mm-hmm. So I think most stations have the commercial and they have both, right? They have
the washers?
The washers,
yes. Well, most of them do, but some of them need to be replaced.
Yes. And I know there's a process with that. I remember talking about if we had entered into a contract or a sponsorship with like Whirlpool or someone trying to get this into firehouses, that there would have been a process in which they could have that they would have had to have gone through to even get to the firehouses, where they might have sat in a storage facility or something first.
Right.
And there's a whole bureaucratic process to making sure that actually gets to our firefighters.
Yes, and it was. It seemed like it was just policy issues. I think Chief Smith just went into offices and said, "Hey, I need to cut the red tape and get this stuff done." And one of the things he's done really well is about our station repairs. a lot of people, if you don't know, you just see a building and you think it's an office building. So if a water heater is out or a stove, or, it doesn't get that emphasis of we need it repaired quickly. And he's done a great job of getting those things repaired a lot. Because there was a period there you would go a few months without, well, I guess I'll tell the truth here. During the pandemic, there was a station that didn't have a water heater for a couple months. So that was a big deal. But Chief Smith's taking care of issues. He's not afraid to go in there and say, I need this stuff fixed. So it's going a lot smoother now. And I know he's working hard on it. So great question. Thank you.
And the last one, because I'm glad that we're tackling the broader issues, but it's the smaller ones that I know can make the biggest difference as well. And Nate, I remember there was a period of time where you were trying to draw attention to one of the firehouses and the poor conditions and the mold and nobody was listening. Not under the current fire chief, but past, and that you actually went out and bought your own mold test to show that there was mold in the firehouse. And so I also wanted to ask about the current conditions, because obviously you all deal with enough situations where your lungs are endangered, and so wanting to also ask about the quality of the firehouses and how that's going.
Thank you. And yes, that was it was a different time back then. But yeah, we did do two separate mold tests just so we could prove that there was mold. But the T-Splosh has helped with a lot of the renovations, like the bonds that are coming up are going to be huge. Our biggest station, most certainly we got to finish Mr. Hillis, Councilmember Hillis' station. That's priority one. Not because he's always our advocate, but just because. and Councilmember Lewis too. We got to get 30 right now. Station 30 is our priority as far as health issues, and that's a huge property. And as we spoke, that's a huge property. So we should make like a super station there with a community room. But the chief did the news story there the other day and said, since it's on the list to be replaced with the bond referendum, which we're most certainly going to help y'all get passed. In the meantime, we're going to make sure that it stays, clean, and at least he's working like he's living in the stations. He's making it priority. So. Things have gotten a lot better with the bond referendum and the communication in this building. I think we'll solve all those issues.
I'm glad to hear that. And if there's any smaller pieces that you need to bring to our attention at any point in time that we can continue to advocate for to improve overall safety, please let us know.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Councilmember Lewis, I think and then Councilmember Bond.
Nate, thank you for mentioning that, and Councilmember Bakhtiari, thank you for switching in and making sure that we also talk about the safety of the firefighters while at work. Station 30 actually has a manhole type sink in the driveway in which we've lost an engine for. Like, we had a truck that was down for months at a time. So thank you to our chief for almost living at Station 30. He and I, we became not friends, but we became people who talked to each other before I ran for office, because Station 30 is next to my community space on Cleveland Avenue. So I'm excited about what y'all going to do. I hope you build it up. And you also have all that land, and you bring us everything that the most modern fire station in America has right there. Thank you.
Thank you. We're certainly going to put some work behind that. We're excited about that property, because you know how land's expensive in the city, and to have that huge piece of property, there's no telling what we could do there as far as a station to house the extra apparatus. So thank you for the question.
All right, Councilmember Bond's going to bring it home for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I want to echo what my colleagues have said, and thank you for your service. I know exactly what the fire department does, because the fire department saved my life twice on both ends, once as a child and once again a few years ago. So I'm very well versed in the sacrifices and the lengths that you all go to serve Atlanta's public. And I want to just again say I deeply appreciate what you do on behalf of our citizens. To kind of piggyback on the safety of the firefighters, I know you all have moved to a 48-hour shift. With how long will it take, if all goes well, when we're in the hiring cycle, to probably readjust that or go back to what the previous shifts were? I know that 48 hours has got to be
it is, and
a little taxing.
and the chief has a matrix, I think, of when we would get off that cycle, but it would be a while because I think on a daily basis we probably have 7 to 10 engines that are in operation because of overtime. So again, we got y'all's back because y'all have ours. Like I said, nothing's in danger, no ISO. We're going to keep working, but I would say it would take at least.
Okay. Well,
6 months to, yeah, it's going to be a significant amount of time because of, and I'm sure PD will hit on it too, our length of training. You know, so if we get a couple lateral classes, we can really drop that down significantly in a matter of 3 to 6 months, even if we can start those classes.
okay, so if what happens, what we anticipate to happen, I guess based on your experience, do you think we would get more lateral people in as opposed to people coming in from the door, you know, as, I don't want to say rookies, but I guess freshman firefighter?
So not only will we get laterals, but our attrition rate would improve because we have something that's holding people here. Atlanta Fire is seen as like the premier brand of fire departments in the Southeast. A lot of men and women come here because of the name. You know, it's like almost like a designer name. Like it's one of the coolest T-shirts you can wear. But the thing is that the pride doesn't pay your bills. So, and we really reached a point, that turning point where it's happened. So, and we have a predominantly fraternal environment, so we have a lot of men that make decisions based on what they can do in the future to feed their family. So another thing that changed with this proposal was the tiers. And what I mean by the tiers is how long it takes for you to hit the next interim in your increase. So it brings it to a much reasonable space where I can expect to be able to bring a little bit more home to my family. And we have a lot of women on our job that are looking forward to giving more life to their families and having children. And so for them to be able to take that time off, how feasible is it for them to do that? I know you heard one of my coworkers speak about that earlier this week. It's a true determining factor because our schedules change with you being in the station and being off on FMLA is very different. So if we're able to reduce the attrition, we can keep people here. And so while they're here, then we can ride for. And we're able to keep people here and develop them to be the leaders that we need to be.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And just to close out, I heard this mentioned, there is a Public Safety Compensation Commission that the city has approved. I was the author of that. The last administration did not implement it. And so it's supposed to meet every 2 years to evaluate all the salaries for fire, police, and corrections. And so we just need to get, hopefully the Dickens administration will pick that up. And we also was the author of legislation to create a public safety fund district. You're supposed to go over to the state. There's precedents for that, since I've heard the issue of precedents come up over several council meetings. You know, we do the same thing with the Park Improvement Fund, but we need the state legislature to approve it. You know, I think the Park Improvement Fund is $1 million, and then what was proposed in the legislation that we asked the state to approve was to put a panel in of objective public safety experts to evaluate what the need was and to set that millage rate on every 2 years or so. So, we need to really push our lobbyists from the city to push that at the state. Given the politics at the state, it is something I think that they would support us in doing. And I think everyone would welcome that. I mean, because that would even be not only a reoccurring source of revenue, it's also a bondable source of revenue. So you can float a bond against it to do, to expand the financial impact of it. All right, well, I will withdraw.
Just real quick, Mr. Bond, I always want to thank you for your support and your comment during Public Safety Committee during the Mediation Act when you said this is what labor is all about, so let's go ahead and do this. That ended the discussion, and the vote was held. So thank you for that. And to the administration, to hit on what Drew was saying, they're not only raising the salaries, they're getting the tiers to where they were supposed to be, because the initial tiers were just based on, I guess, what the fire department had in the budget that mid-year. So they're not only bringing the tiers down, they're instituting new salaries. So it's going to be a huge, significant impact. And we're training lobbyists too. So we'll get them with a 1-2 punch, so we can start getting these things accomplished. So thank you.
That's great.
All right. Well, Mr. Bailey, we thank you. Obviously, I'll add to the accolades as well, but we thank you and your team for being such strong advocates and sharing information with us. Colleagues, Fire Department will be before us on Tuesday, May 17th at 11 a.m., so hopefully, any follow-on questions or more details on anything they brought up today, we'll have the opportunity to ask the fire chief and his team at that point. So thank you. All right, we're going to keep pressing on. I'll invite the IBPO to come up. Colleagues, we do have lunch, and it is in Terminus, but we're going to keep working through. Depending on when IBPO finishes, you may have time to grab a quick bite or bring it back in here, because we are going to continue with and stay on schedule with the 1 o'clock with the customer service. So I need to just grab a donut now while you can. I know. And I was saying, the police union, as soon as y'all are up and ready to go, we can get started. All right, good afternoon and welcome. If you will go ahead and proceed.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Lieutenant Kevin Knapp. I am the IBPO Local 623 President. With me I have Sergeant Courtney Murphy, my Vice President, and Sergeant Katie Reister, who is my Secretary. Missing today is Sergeant Angela Blue, who is my Treasurer. She had some previous engagements she had to attend. But first and foremost, I just want to thank you for this opportunity. I'm sure some of you want to talk to me today, some of you are scared. But we are excited for where we sit right now. We really, truly are. The direction that we are seeing just in the past 110 days has been nothing but exciting to our members. We have met with Mayor Dickens several times. It's been an open conversation, honest, and what I need for y'all to realize is the seats that you sit in right now are going to immediately affect the direction and mission that this entire city goes. Not just public safety, but we're talking about our residents, our businesses, our visitors. This is probably the most important time in my 20-plus years here. I was hired on 9/11/01, was my first day as a police officer in Atlanta. This period right now, this next budget cycle, is extremely important to our future for everybody. There's no doubt we are in a critical situation. It's critical for each of y'all. We've got some ideas today that we're going to present to you. They're concise, they're to the point. We're not fancy really with overheads and stuff. We're a handout kind of union here, but what we want to start with is the pay scale. We did the Mercer study, which we've talked about a lot through the other unions, in 2017. It took over 3 years to implement the Mercer study, from officer all the way through our rank and structure, all the way up to chief. We've surpassed that. You guys are not in a good seat. For a department that is budgeted for over 2,000 officers, which we all know we do not have, and we can dispute about the total number that we have, but we don't have 2,000. You don't have the luxury that our neighboring jurisdictions have. As soon as that Mercer study went through, all of our partners in our neighboring jurisdictions, they called up, they said thank you. Overnight, they got raises that surpassed the Mercer study. You're not in a good seat. It's almost unfair. So what do we have to do? We have to get in the forefront. We can't just look at our neighboring jurisdictions. We have to be a national brand. That is what we are. Nate said it directly. People want to come here. They want to wear that fire shirt. I have one myself. We have to be a national brand. What puts us on that national brand? We have to stop playing catch-up. We have to be in the forefront. Let everybody else come to us. Look at our model. How can Atlanta do this? What can we do to be Atlanta? That's what we need to do. So if you look at the pay scale, we just had another study, the Emory study that came through. I believe you guys were all briefed on that. That Emory study said a 12 to 18% raise immediately. And then it also talked about a COLA being attached to that pay scale. So what we did on that left side that you're looking at is our current pay scale. Our officers top out after 11 years. No other jurisdiction does that. 11 years to top out an officer. So we proposed that. What I did is we did a 12% overall raise to the current pay scale. But I made Tier 1, you have $58,753 would be for a newly hired police officer in the academy. That Tier 2 would be after your first year. So your starting salary basically is at $61,103. Zone 2 alone, in the past 4 weeks, is losing 5 officers. 4 of those are going to other jurisdictions in the metro area. In the metro area. We're not even losing them to other national, major metropolitan cities. I'm going out on a limb here. I probably shouldn't say it, but you have 6 or 7 highly ranked investigators and supervisors that are trying to secretly process out in fear of retaliation to go to other jurisdictions. You're spending, Courtney is going to get into the spending. The numbers that Nate is putting out of what you're spending to train somebody, okay, I get it, and we lose them in 1 to 5 years. We're talking about seasoned investigators, seasoned supervisors. You are losing that critical knowledge. We have to do something with the pay so that these folks around us can't just bang a gavel overnight and get a 15, 20% raise. Absolutely, the Mercer study was beneficial to us. You're talking about a 30% raise, but we all know that the pay scale before was terrible. We've got to move forward. We've got to change our practice in attracting new officers. We don't have just one problem. We've got 2 problems. First and foremost, retention. Okay? The second is the attraction of new officers. We've got to do something to handle both of those situations in this upcoming fiscal year. Have to, or else we are in trouble. Just like you said, we've signed off on the college football. That's a week-long, canceled off days, 12-hour shifts. Our folks are burned out already. We've got beats, officers working in beats, and the beats next to them go empty. I talked to Nate. They have firehouses that go unmanned for 24, 48 hours. This is not just a police issue, but it's a public safety issue for everybody. This pay scale is the one that we're proposing. But what we're also proposing is a 2.5% COLA every 2 years to this pay scale. That will keep folks here. If they've topped out, they know there is another raise coming in a year or 2 years. These other jurisdictions, again, have that luxury to just bang the gavel and change the pay overnight. We don't have that luxury here. We have to plan for it. Back in the day, we had the ordinance that said you will receive an increment. Then we changed that to you may receive an increment. We have got to get back to being a national brand and treating our folks the way they need to be treated. You all deserve it. I talk to all of your constituents in every area. I work a unit that works citywide, actually metro-wide and statewide. They're screaming for police officers. They're screaming for it. We have to give it to them. We can't be put on the back burner and, okay, we'll get through this. We'll get through this like we always do. We're not. The city is growing exponentially. You cannot drive down a street without a high-rise being built, construction everywhere. We've got to take care of these folks. We have to keep them here. We cannot be losing 15, 20-year detectives and supervisors. You spent way too much money to keep them, to train them, just to lose them to another department and to lose the rank. There are departments right now in Georgia that have opened up in the recent weeks of paying laterals in the high 70s. They're also accepting investigators in the high 80s. We have plenty of supervisors that have worked CID. Both of my sergeants work CID. I work CID. They would go there as an investigator if they wanted to and almost make a pay raise. Can't have that. We must be the model that not only the metro agencies look at, we have to be that national model that we all look at. In addition to that, we want to look at the pension. The pension is going to help us with our new hires, our new attractees. Currently, our new hires are a 1% multiplier at a 30% max for their defined plan, which is accompanied with a hybrid plan. We need to raise that to 60%. That's how we are going to retain these folks and let them have the hybrid attached to the 60%. Now, there's a couple of ways to do that. You can have a 2% multiplier per year for 30 years, 60% max. Or we can break it down to a 1% multiplier for the first 10 years, 2% for the second 10, 3% for the last 10, for the 60% overall. That's going to keep your folks here. In 2021, Sergeant Murphy created a study for us and a survey. We had over 400 responses. In that survey, we broke it down into the number of years that you were currently at, years of service. We broke it down into what pension you're currently in. Our 1% multipliers are younger officers that were hired in 2010 to present. 87% of them said the first and foremost thing was pension. These folks right now are transferable to you. They can get up, they can take their 457, take it to Sandy Springs, take it anywhere else, transfer it. And you paid all that money to train them. If we can get this up to 60%, which we can, we're over 80% fully funded right now. The market's taken a little bit of a hit. We all know that. I'm sure everybody's looking at their bank accounts like we are. This is something that needs to be implemented. They're paying 8% into a plan they're getting a 1% return from. I just returned back from a national organization for IBPO and NAGE and other jurisdictions that have defined plans such as us. They're paying 8% into their pension. Not one of our employees is complaining about the 12 and 13% for an 80% return. Not one. Not one of them. We can all get on that same page. If we can change this plan for the new hires and get it up to 60%, let our current folks buy back into that. There's enough money in their 457 to pay for that extra 1% for how many years they need to buy back. This is going to be a huge thing to retain folks. In addition, currently, all employees cannot retire without penalty unless they're 55 years old or 30 years of service. 30 years of service in the police officer industry is too long. It's too long. You see all these other jurisdictions, 20 years and out, 25 years and out. We need to get down to 25. We do. We become a liability to you after a certain amount of years on the streets. There's many cases throughout the country right now. You've taken people out of training because police departments have gotten so short, you have to put them back in the field. And what happens? They forgot their training, their tactics, and unfortunately people lost their lives, and people go to prison over that. We've got to lower the penalty for the years of service, not the age, the years of service down to 25. Again, not only will that affect your current folks right now, but it's going to affect all your new hires. That's something huge to look at. 25 years in this profession is a long time. 30 years, it's a lifetime. It's a liability on you. There are studies everywhere to show that. In Atlanta, we are not like any other jurisdiction around us. These folks are working 5 times as hard as anybody around us. And I know the metro area has its issues right now. We're not the only ones suffering. But our crime is through the roof. It's apparent. It's the forefront of the media every day. These folks are working 5 times as hard as anybody directly neighboring us. To change that years of service penalty from 30 to 25 will be huge. You're probably going to ask, are we going to lose a lot of folks? Are a lot of folks going to be wanting to get out at 25 years? Maybe not. And the ones that don't leave are the ones you want. Those are the ones that are going to be in the position of training, supervising, not necessarily out in the field. If we change the pay scale and we add that COLA, everybody's going to want to retire at the highest rate they can. I've got 20 plus years on. I wouldn't leave at 25. I wouldn't leave any money on the table. I enjoy policing in the city of Atlanta. It's the greatest city that I've ever been in. I'm a small kid from Monroe, Connecticut, came down here to go to school, play a little football, stuck around because I loved it. You're not going to lose people that want to be here. Are you going to lose the people that want to get out? Absolutely. But you don't want them here. It's better to have quality than quantity. Unfortunately, right now, all you have is quality. We have no quantity. Now, we can build that up and have 2,000 plus of quality. Make us a national brand once again. So the next thing that we were going to talk about is Sergeant Murphy is going to talk about some of the main attractive for our recruits. Sergeant.
Good afternoon, everyone. Atlanta is Atlanta. We know that. I'm from here. I love it. Don't want to go anywhere. But when I ask people, why did they come to Atlanta? It's the same thing. Career advancement. It's a city that in the South that doesn't sleep. We have a beautiful city. Everybody knows that. We have one of the most diverse police forces in the country. That's what attracted me to Atlanta. We also have community outreach opportunities that a lot of places don't have. We also are able to walk in the Pride Parade in uniform. A lot of places aren't able to do that. These small things that make Atlanta beautiful make people want to come here, to be police officers, to stay here, to live here, to be part of the community. But it takes more than just that. It takes a lot more. It costs $133,000 per recruit. And we're losing those people every day. And in order to keep them, we have to attract them and show them that not only can they be a part of this community, but they can sustain in this community. A lot of our officers don't live in the city. I would love to, but I don't. Because I want to be able to have a work-life balance that's comfortable for me and my family. With that being said, I'm one of the people who came on in 2010. I'm 38. Work-life balance is very important to my generation and the generations underneath me. We want to be able to live our lives, to do something after we retire. But unfortunately, the average age of a police officer is 66. Working 30 years is not something that I want to do. Working 30 years is not something that my friends want to do, my coworkers. I have family on the department. Neither does he. But we want to be a part of this department. We want to dedicate ourselves to this department. We want to move up in rank, but we also want to be able to live. 30 years is too long. It's absolutely too long. In my 12 years that I've been here, I've experienced not only being on the street, but I was also part of the gang unit, and I was also a homicide detective. I've seen a lot in 12 years. You can't ask someone to dedicate 30 years of that same thing over and over and over again. We're losing officers not only because of money, but also mental health. We have to consider the health of our officers. We have to consider what we're asking for them, commitment. And we need fresh officers. We need new ideas. We need to attract the younger generation. Technology is always changing, and that's what's important. So if I retired, all right, I have 28 years till I'm 66, just to put it in, okay? 28 years, right? I have 19 years till I retire. And then with that, I have 9 years left. That's not okay. The people who dedicate their lives to the city and to you deserve better, and that's why we're here today.
So we have another incentive that we would like to propose here. Right now, currently, we have an education incentive for all employees. It's the fee, the incentive is different based on your rank. Sergeant Reeser will explain our new one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. Like Lieutenant Knapp said, we currently have an education incentive, which you can see on page 5 is the pay scale on that. We want to mirror the education incentive. We want to mirror a military incentive to the current education incentive. As you all know, not everyone is meant to go to college and graduate. Some get a special trade, which we need in everyday life in our nation. And some are selfless enough to join the military. Mr. Dozier, thank you for your service. I know this might be near and dear to your heart, and you were awarded the Bronze Star. We did a little research, and we appreciate you. And you also got the Army Commendation Medal during your tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. So hats off to you. There are currently on APD experienced officers that have been in combat, and they need to be incentivized. They need to be recognized by the city. An example of someone that is so beneficial to the department, just one guy that is so beneficial. I won't say his name, but I supervised him on morning watch in Zone 5, and we had an accident, a multiple vehicle accident on 75 South at William Street, and a car overturned. Multiple vehicles were involved. There were bodies stuck in vehicles. There was, unfortunately, someone succumbed to their injuries right on the pavement. It was chaos. The scene was chaos. He arrived, and unfortunately, he only had one tourniquet, but he knew what to prioritize, what injury to prioritize. And he jumped into action without even thinking twice about it. As I was helping, I just kind of stood there in awe and just realized that he needs to be incentivized for that, you know. He needs to be recognized for that. Of course, I wrote him a letter of commendation, but what's a piece of paper, you know? So that was just one instance that I happened to see, and he actually was in combat. So it wouldn't cost any more. We're not asking for any more for them. They would only get, if they do happen to have education as well, they would only be able to receive military pay or education pay, which is the same, so it wouldn't be a difficult decision for them. That's it. It's quick, short, easy to present.
You know, we believe that this is a true incentive. We talked about this 4 years ago when you and I spoke. These are the folks that we need to be. These are the folks that we need here in Atlanta. You have plenty of these folks returning from deployment, retiring from the military, that need to find a job. Courtney would love to get them. We need to incentivize them the same way that we do educational pay. It's very simple. You would probably be able to speak more highly of this, but right now we're saying 2 years of active service would equate to an associate's, 4 years of active service would equate to a bachelor's degree, 6 years of any combined total service would equal a bachelor's degree. We think that's important. These are the folks we want. We have other jurisdictions around the metro area, throughout the entire country, that have a military incentive. Not only that, they allow them to buy back some of their pension years. This is very important for folks that we have now for retaining, and very important to attract new folks. I mean, how many military bases did we say we're in just in Georgia alone that we can be recruiting at? And I wish Sergeant Blue was here. She would love to get, a foot in the door. We can get back up to 2,000 officers. In the latest, I believe Kalia a couple of years back said we're supposed to have 2,500 officers based on the growth of Atlanta. We're not even at 1,500. We're well below 1,500. And I'll dispute that number all day with anybody who says anything different. You guys need more police officers in the street. You need more firefighters. We need a safer city. I absolutely love what's going on with our command staff, with Miss Willis over there at Fulton County DA's office, with Sheriff Labatt. Never have we seen such unity throughout all three programs. I think the way we're working right now is going to make a difference, but you need more police officers. You do. Assistant Chief Shirabaum and I have been back and forth for several months about our fleet issue. We shouldn't have a fleet issue right now with the number of officers we have. You should have cars and parking lots at precincts based on the number of officers we have, just sitting there ready to go, but we don't. There's sometimes that we actually have enough police officers show up because, no training that day, nobody's on vacation, nobody's sicked out, that we don't even have enough cars to put the low amount of police officers we have. So they're doubled up. Unfortunately, some of these beats go empty. We can't have these beats empty. We've got to get back to every beat being filled and the 2 umbrella cars for each zone. And to have that crime suppression unit in each zone. Some of these zones have less than 5. And they're doing outstanding work, but they're unsafe. It is extremely unsafe. There is a war against police officers right now. There is no doubt. People do not fear the criminal justice system. We've got to change that. We are. We have great members of our command staff, no doubt. Even Chief Bryant, over 34 years of service. He came in at the absolute worst time this city has seen in my 20-plus years. The absolute worst time. He needs to be commended for doing what he did in this past 2-plus years, of holding crime where it is. We have a crime problem, no doubt, but he was able to do an awful lot with very little. Okay? He needs to be commended for that. Policing has changed. It's technology-driven. Our partnership with the Atlanta Police Foundation, with cameras and what have you, it's instrumental to CID. It's instrumental to proactive crime fighting. These partnerships need to continue. Unfortunately, money. It's going to cost money. And we can't wait. It has to be done sooner than later. The longer we wait, the worse position you're going to be in. Not just me, not just the officers out on the street. It's everybody in this room right now. Everything we do correlates with each other. Again, we listen to your constituents. I read every report that comes through my office. Nobody wants to be a victim. So we need to help them out more. We are on the main stage nationally with the events that we have coming in, with the conventions are coming back at tenfold. There were years that we lost them to Vegas and Orlando. They're coming back. Your 10, 12,000 person conventions, they're coming back. Multiple every week. And, predominantly in that downtown space, but it affects everywhere. So anything that we can do from our seats to help you, the numbers you need, anything is going to be the truth coming out of our office. That is the only way that we are going to effectively move forward. The first thing you need to do, we're in a critical situation. Anytime a police officer arrives at a critical incident, you have to know your manpower. You have to know what your tools are. We can tell you what those are right now, and we're low. So we need some help. Sir?
All right, thank you, Lieutenant Knapp. Before I start taking names for folks who want to speak, one announcement, lunch, just kind of looking at the time, if you've seen other council members have gone and grabbed those, if you want to do that and bring it back and eat, we'll just continue on. You talked about numbers. Have you quantified any of your proposals in terms of what numbers of officers would be benefit from the change, and then what the price tag would be on both the new pay schedule, the military incentive, and then there was the pension.
So for the military incentive, we did reach out to HR to try to find out how many military folks we have. They're unable to house that number because they're not paid right now, so therefore there's no purpose code in, for pay. As for the 12% raise, I figured they should be able to provide that number, just 12% of more than what we have right now.
Okay.
The reason being, sir, is 10 different people can ask how many police officers we have and how many we have in each structure, and you're going to get 10 different answers.
Is it 12% across the board, or is it
12% to that current pay scale?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And then has anyone done the analysis on the pension proposal?
So Richard Light is the only certified person on the pension board right now, and I wear him out. I actually spoke with him right before coming in today. We're at 80% fully funded. The market is taking a little bit of a hit, but we're at $1.4 billion just in the police pension. It's healthy. We think it's going to move up. We are back and forth of the cost. We did an analysis already. We can forward that over to you just to get some rough numbers back to you.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful for us. As obviously we're receiving all of this information, but to then have kind of just ballpark price tags on them so that we know as we are faced with what resources we might be able to have at our discretion, we can factor that in. All right, I have Hillis, and then who else? And Dozier, Amos, Lewis. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, thank you all for the presentation. I guess I'll start off with something you've already brought up. Why in the world is it so hard to get a true answer? I'm going to ask two people. I'm going to ask you, and just so you know, Chief, I'm going to ask you when you come and do your presentation, how many people does APD have a gun and a badge issued to right now?
We have under 1,400.
Okay.
And out of that 1,400, that includes the airport.
Yeah.
Those folks aren't in zones 1 through 6 handling calls for you. They're not investigating your crime.
Yeah. And you are not counting recruits in that number?
I do not count recruits. Okay. No, sir.
Right. Because that's what I saw. I got a list. It's been over a year ago, so I don't know if it's about the same or it's went slightly up or slightly down. But it was somewhere right around 1,400 people. So I don't know why we get these inflated numbers when we ask the administration, but a city should know how many people it's given a gun and sworn oath to carry a badge, and use that gun. So I hope I get some a similar, at least a much more similar answer than previously, where I'm told 1,600, 1,700. I mean, that's a difference of 300 officers.
You know, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So when we met with the mayor weeks ago, there's no doubt that we're going to hire 250 people this year or more. No doubt.
But how many are we going to lose?
But how many are you going to lose? So when we hire a new recruit, they become what they call class 0. So they're not assigned to an academy class. They don't enter an academy class until the class is ready to start. As soon as those guys get a phone call from the Stockbridges and the Rockdale counties that just changed their pay, they're gone. And we don't have the logistics to train 250 officers in a year. We never have. Our previous academy, we were in there for over 30 years. That was a temporary academy. We were supposed to move in there for temporary. We were there temporarily for 30 years. We don't have the logistics to train them. So we have to keep what we have. Like the classes of 25 that they start, I believe that's right. 25 is the number that you start with? 30? Okay. So 20 plus weeks in field training. Say you put 5 classes through, that's 150. We're going to lose more than 150 in the year.
Mr. Chair stole one of my questions, but you know, I guess ranking, these asks, what are your top 3? Is it the 12% raise? Is it the military incentive? Is it rolling out some form of a take-home car program? What is going to help us retain and recruit the highest number of officers?
First and foremost, the pay. They see that right away. If you're able to put that on a billboard, which we have already seen in downtown, Louisville, a brand new officer, after year 2 is at $73,000, just under $73,000. That speaks volumes to people. That's what these kids are looking at. It's the pay right off the rip. The pension being 1B. That's what's going to keep them here. We can sell that to them. When I was a brand new officer, I didn't look at my pension. I didn't know anything about it. I just wanted to get a set of keys and go out there and be a police officer and save the world. After you hit a certain period, that 5, 6, 7 year mark where you have to make a decision, am I staying here or am I going somewhere? I got to start thinking about my future. Pension is 1B. And, the military incentive, it shouldn't be much. It really shouldn't. A lot of our military folks are highly educated as it is. So, and like I said, what Sergeant Reeser said, you can only get one or the other. So it's either military or education. So you can't combine them.
Understood. Thank you for that. And, I'll just end with a statement. I've always said that, people say the word world-class city, and I think if we are a world-class city, at the very least, we should be the highest class police department, at least in the southeast United States, and we're not close to that, but we need to work to get there. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dozier, then Amos.
Thank you so much for your presentation to the NAP. Good to see you again.
Sure.
And I appreciate y'all speaking my love language a little bit there with regards to military recruitment. I really do think the military incentive idea is a phenomenal idea. I will push back just a little to say that I think it's such a phenomenal idea. I think something like that should be implemented citywide for every city department, every city employee. Just recognizing that I was a dumb scout, but I had a lot of great logisticians supporting me, personnel officers supporting me, folks with transportation backgrounds, and those are the types of people I think we need in the city in every department. And to your point, too, about the number of, Georgia has the 5th largest military population, active duty military population in the country. We have about 200,000 active duty military people separating every single year. I think there's just such a strong opportunity for recruitment efforts, not only just for our police and fire, public safety, but also all of our departments. And so as we have these conversations with our HR commissioner, I'm going to bring that up as well. But I do think this is a phenomenal idea. I am curious, As far as, I know we lose a lot of officers to other jurisdictions. You talked about the Mercer pay study and how other jurisdictions were able to use that as a way to prevent lossage, I don't know if that's a word there, but I wonder if, as we talk about this budget cycle, there's an opportunity to outcompete our competition, if you will, and offer incentive packages to bring officers back to the city of Atlanta. They've already been trained. They've already been, out in the field and doing that work. But I just think maybe there's an opportunity to offset some of the costs, because clearly there's a capacity challenge in terms of training new officers every year. But if folks are already being trained, maybe that's an opportunity. But just something that I'll continue to think about as we go into this next round of hearings.
Absolutely. A lateral program benefited us twice immensely in my 20-plus years, from Cleveland and all these other departments. Sergeant Murphy can talk about the training. I mean, you're cutting. I'll let you speak.
So we do accept laterals. We do. It's about 8 to 10 weeks in the academy, and then 4 to 6 weeks in field training. So they still have to go to field training here with us. But we would be able to attract so many more laterals with the things that we're proposing today. Not only will we be able to attract laterals, but we'll be able to keep the officers that we have. So we have an opportunity to seriously change the city for the better.
You have major metropolitan departments paying $25,000 to $50,000 in signing bonuses. Currently, Atlanta offers $2,000. $1,000 when you sign on, $1,000 when you graduate the academy. We've got to be a national brand. I get it. It's money. We are a healthy city. We've done great, and I know Mayor Dickens is fiscally going to protect this city. So I'll leave that one.
I want to add that we have the best training of any other place. I'm actually assigned to the police academy. I'm the sergeant over the recruit unit. There is no other training better than the now training. And that's why we're so highly sought after. That's why people and recruiters come and stand outside of headquarters and precincts and hand you a jump drive with the application on it and everything you need. They want us because we're the best. We just need to be treated and be paid and have a work-life balance of the best.
Councilmember Amos, followed by Councilmember Lewis.
I just want to echo the sentiments of everyone else. Thank you for what you do and bringing this to our attention. Of course, Sergeant Murphy, for years, been knowing you. Just another thing also about the training. You guys, they're right. We offer the best training, not only other municipal jurisdictions, but I know for a fact federal agencies tell people to come to Atlanta, get trained, then come back and apply to them. So we are losing people on all sides. And I totally agree, 30 years as an officer, and then especially when we're talking about bringing back our retired officers to do things like being in the park and things of that nature. 30 years on the service, we bring back a retired officer, where we're getting a 70, 75-year-old person, and that's just the truth. But what would be the effect on the pension if we, and you said 25, I even think it taking it 30. 25 is still too long to do what you do in the city of Atlanta. Now, if we was off in one of the suburbs and it was not a war zone, we have to be honest on what our city is sometimes. But in the city of Atlanta, even if we took that to 25 or 20, what would be that domino effect on the pension and things of that nature moving forward?
So we wouldn't change anything else. The multipliers remain the same. Your contribution remains the same. It's simply lowering the penalty of 30 years of service to 25. So after 25 years, if you get hired at 25 years old and you work till you're 50, you can retire at 50 without penalty. That's it. It would not change any of the costs, none of the contribution. Simply you're able to retire without penalty. That's it. That's all we're asking.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Lewis, then back to you, then Boone.
So I have a couple of questions. Last year, did you all receive a raise last year in the budget? I mean, well, not that you did. Councilman Shook in 2021 is quoted as saying, putting in a 3.2% budget. And how much was that? Did you receive another raise across the board last year?
No, sir.
Okay. In 2018, you got a 30% raise, or $10K per officer. That was Mayor Bottom's first year in office. And then again in 2021, you got a 3.2% raise, in which Councilman Shook sponsored. Coming back again this year, someone asked for $3.12. The next union asked for the same thing. Fire asked for 10%. You're asking for a 12% raise. None of them have gotten. I know ASME hasn't gotten a raise in this same particular time period. So in a 4-year period, you want to get your raise that you're asking for is about $30,000. Do you think we have the budget for that? And also, do you think this will decrease crime? Because we've been giving raises ever since 2018.
So when we're talking about 2018, we're talking about the 2017 Mercer study. When that Mercer study came out, they didn't give everybody in every rank the raise in 2018. It was only police officers. Investigators and above did not receive anything. The next year, the investigators and SPOs were paid at 90% of what their proposed move to their new salary was. So they were at 90% for a year. Then the next year, sergeants and lieutenants were paid at 90% when the SPOs and detectives finally got paid out at 100 of what the proposed was. So it showed an increase out of the budget, but the individual, I was a lieutenant, I had to wait 3 years to receive any raise.
So my thing is, I know that when I asked me earlier, will this raise help them do public services better? They said yes. So since 2018, we've given substantial raises to police. So my question is, if we were to approve this new 12% raise, which is higher than any other union is asking us for, currently it's not decreasing the crime, and I live in a district that's been seeing it. And so my question is, if we were to do this, do you think, and get to the 2,000 officers, do you think that would decrease crime, or are you looking at alternative ways, like different police departments across the country are, in ways to spend your funding other just on personnel, such as drones and different things?
So absolutely it would help decrease crime, and it's already shown that. If we implemented this plan in 2018, when we had 1,800, 1,900 police officers, 500, 600 more than what you have right now, and we only finished last year's crime up 1%, that number's already correlated. Those officers are working 5 times as hard for you. They stayed here with that pay raise. We lost 500, 600 officers in the past couple of years. With crime only going up 1% after last year, absolutely, that answers that question. Okay. It would help decrease crime. It would attract new officers to get you back up to 2,000 plus officers, and imagine if you had that, where our crime would be right now.
Okay. Let me add to that for you. As I said earlier, I've only been on 12 years, okay? I love what I do. I'm here not because of the pay, but because I love what I do. The other cities are able to do drones, other programs. My generation and younger officers, we have a lot of ideas that we would like to try, but we can't because we're working answering calls. If we had more additional officers, we'd be able to do those things. But until we get the additional officers, which these programs will help attract, we can't dedicate our times to that. We have to hump the calls and make sure we get it. Like, I would love to not spend as much time on the street. If I could go, I got an idea. I want to start this program I saw in Charlotte. I would love that. But I have to be at the academy. I have to be at the academy. I have to train these recruits to get them out. I have to get them out because until we are able to get all of your districts covered, we can't dedicate our additional time to being as innovative as we would like.
And my thing is, every year we've agreed to it. And similar to this year, I don't know if this question was asked. That's why I put it on you. I asked you, like, hey, if we do this, will I be safer?
With more police officers, yes.
Okay.
We need more police officers.
I believe you. I take you. The one thing we're here to listen to you. And so when you tell me 12%, that's the thing that hit me, because I look back on everybody to see when the last time they got raises. And it looks like you all have received the most over this time period in the last council. And so that's why I asked those questions. Will this get us to where my phone will stop ringing about crime? And you said it will. I agree, I believe you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone, Councilmember Bakhtiari is yielding, and she wants to go after you, please.
Just quickly wanting to thank you all for your good work and being dedicated and diligent servants to the city. Rest assured that Chief Rodney Bryant will be honored here June 6th, and then there is another large gathering planned for our native son, Chief Rodney Bryant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone. Councilmember Bakhtiari. And we've been joined by Councilmember Marcy Collier-Overstreet.
Thank you. Hey, guys. So, one, thank you for being here and for presenting and everything that you're saying. I have a few clarifying questions because of the current budget and because we're talking about payroll. I don't know if you all can answer this question, but I'm curious as to where the money goes, because given what we give to APD, your cars are in terrible shape, walkies don't work. If there is an accident, that money doesn't go back into your department, it goes into the general fund. And from my understanding, a lot of our units are outdated, helicopter-wise, things of that nature. I don't understand why is not more of that funding going into personnel or going towards the funding that we do give? Why is it going? I don't know where it's going, because it's not going to improving resources for you all or to your pay. And open positions, obviously that gets paid out and put back into the general fund as well. So how is more not being allocated towards pay raises? Do you know? Because I still haven't been able to gain clarity on that.
I don't know that. I just, when in 2017, when that Mercer study came out, we were so bad pay scale wise that, yes, I know saying 30% sounds like a lot, but 30% of nothing isn't much. You know what I mean? Our pay that day when it was signed off, we became competitive with our neighboring jurisdictions. We weren't paid more than them or anything like that. We still had improvement to do. There was no COLA attached to that pay scale, and that's why 4 years later, policing right now is similar to what the nursing profession was in the 70s and 80s. There became a shortage of nurses. They left the profession because they weren't being paid, compensated correctly, and then what happened? Started to compensate them. Then you started to create nursing schools, specialized nursing industries, and now nurses graduating, if they're not making six figures right out of the gate, then they're not at the right place. Travel nurses making $250,000 a year plus, that's what we're compared to. We've got to have something in place with the pay scale and a COLA attached to it. That would alleviate us having to say every 8, 9, 10, 12 years, well, 30% raise, we just gave you 30. The number of percentage sounds high, but 30% of a low number is still a low number.
So, thank you. Where would we need to go to gain clarity on how this is spent to ensure that our office, to ensure that that's being appropriately designated? Because if you all are just as confused as we are, then clearly I need to do some digging.
We are definitely confused, and the folks ranked above me are confused. A couple of years back, Chief Shields asked for 350 cars in her budget and was immediately hit back with 350. The most we've ever heard in a budget was 40. It was bad that many years ago. I mean, it's been bad since I've been here. When we're simply talking about fleet, and I don't want to even get into a helicopter. We know where our helicopters came from. But I've introduced ideas for our fleet, and Assistant Chief Shearbaum has got a plan for 1, 3, 5 years, but a partnership with Enterprise. Let Enterprise come in here. I can own Kevin Knapp's Chevrolet Emporium or whatever, and I can put my order in for 500 cars, and I can almost hit that top of the pile for the manufacturer to make my cars. Enterprise goes in there and puts an order in for 1,000, they jump everybody. They get cars before everybody. A partnership with them would immensely help us. Every department around us uses Enterprise.
Yeah, because as I'm confused, I mean, APD gets currently, I want to say 33% of our budget, is that correct? Yes? And so, given that, like, it seems that we should be giving, more of that should be going into your raise, into payment, and to also these materials. So is this a question for finance? Is that what we need to gain clarity on? Because clearly, like, you know, materials are needed, and that needs to be allocated, and I don't believe this is obviously not the fault of the union, but how do we get clarity on this issue?
Always best suited to ask the police chief and his staff when they come here, because as we get into more operational details like this, they're the ones that are going to have the answers. Y'all raise the flags, but then that's where we can punch down and get more details.
Correct, because I want to point out that you are advocating for what you need, but again, while you're getting 33% of the budget, we don't know how that budget's being spent, because clearly it's not going to you all. And so it seems like we're, at this point, this is like the world's greatest magic trick, because I have no idea where this funding is going. And so we need to get clarity on that. So we need to press into, or ask the chief, is that correct? Is that what you're saying? Councilmember Bond has.
Councilmember Bond, and
well, it's a very poor magic trick, because 90% of the 33% is going to salaries and benefits, and the salaries and benefits are not enough. So the salaries and benefits need to be increased. We had this debate a couple of years ago when there was an effort to, quote unquote, defund the police. People thought, they said, oh, well, you're spending excess $200 million on, you know, the police industrial complex, which proved to be a fallacy. It's going to the existing salaries and benefits of the police officers, which is already obsolete. So it does need to be increased.
No, I'm not. The point that I am arguing is how are the funds being, because if we are given that much money, and it's supposed to be going into these paychecks and into and we're understaffed as well, and so some of those open positions are getting paid out, but it's not going to APD, it's going back into the general budget. I'm hearing everything you're saying. I'm just saying that we clearly need to gain more clarity on how they're being taken care of, because it seems as of right now, with finance, with the chief, with everything else, and maybe I'm going down a rabbit hole, but my point being is I want to do that as well. And if you want to add any additional points, but I'm saying, you know, I want you to know that I will be assisting by looking into that. And I'm not putting that on the union by any means. Yes, ma'am. That's not my intention here at all. I hope that you understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, just to quickly add, I was making that point because 90% is going to salary and benefits. That leaves 18% or 15% going to all the things that they need, the cars, the equipment, the clothes, I mean, everything else. And so APD is woefully underfunded, not just in the salary space, but also in the equipment space. And it looks like a large amount of money, but it's really not adequate to what is required for the job. So they need an overall increase for everything. You know, the salaries are one thing because we have to keep our police competitive, but if you're only spending, you know, a teensy amount to do everything else to equip those officers, you know, it's still inadequate. So, I mean, everything has to be increased, you know.
And the other question I wanted to ask, so we build that additional clarity, I'll work on that. I also wanted to ask you all, because of the responsibilities that are put on APD, and I think this is a universal concern of expecting you all to be case managers, expecting you all to be counselors, expecting you all to do all these things, which of course is unrealistic. And so diversity of responsibility is something like a co-responder program, something that you all would be open to. I know that we now have 311 beginning to take things like low-level offenses away from 911, away from APD to kind of assist with that. Are these things that you all are open to discussing and incorporating into the department?
Yes. PAD, Pre-Arrest Divergent Partnership, has been a beautiful asset to APD, and we are absolutely willing to partner and talk about more programs. We would love the help,
Right.
honestly.
And I know that PATA still has a long way to go, and so I don't want to also put it all on them as well. So
Right.
it's also,
Right.
there's other things that we also need to diversify and invest in to ensure that we're not putting everything in one department and expecting you all to be the end-all be-all, because it's obviously too much. So would love to talk more, maybe not here, but at some point before our next budget hearing, to discuss what that diversity looks like and what collaboration there could be on that. Okay. Yeah.
Are you good? So the other thing you should look at in the budget piece is overtime. So,
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
the people that are there are getting extra resources, not extra, but they're getting paid for that
Oh, right.
time.
So saying a majority of the money that we were talking about is actually going to OT because of the understanding. Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Lewis and then
Speak to that if you
Councilmember.
need to.
Is going to overtime?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean, she sees the salary budget number, but then do not forget the overtime is a large amount as well. Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right. Councilmember Lewis and then Councilmember Overstreet.
And I just wanted to speak to something you said earlier about a war against police. I'm not agreeing with that as a city council member. There's no war against police, not that I've heard of, and I'm in the streets on the south side of the city. There's no war against police. I don't agree with that. I don't see it.
I may have worded it incorrectly. There's no fear of the criminal justice system. So we're part of that system. So there's no fear of shooting an officer. It's not necessarily targeting the officer, but I just don't want to go to jail today. Or, I don't want to go to Fulton County Jail. I may have just worded it a little incorrectly. But we're part of that process, and we are in harm's way. So that's what I was getting at.
All right. Councilmember Overstreet.
I just wanted to thank you for being here today and giving us the insight that we need to make good decisions for the city. Sorry I missed most of it because I definitely was trying to get here, but it's a lot to do every day. We got a million places we have to be. But I also appreciated what Councilmember Bond said when he pointed out exactly, like the percentages of where our funding is going, as far as our public safety is concerned, police in particular. And we need more of everything. Because, for example, my community is really good about being open to community policing. And so we love that we are trying now to have bicycle cops, available, and they're showing up to only pretty much everywhere that we ask them to, and not only when something is going wrong, And I think that's a preventative step, and it's a way for our community to really get to know our police officers. And I had a conversation with them because when it was time for them to leave at one particular event that I was holding a cleanup on Campbellton, I noticed that they were loading the bicycles into the paddy wagon. And I thought, so that can't be right. Well, they don't have the funding necessary in order to properly outfit our bicycle patrol, which I think should be in a nice fluorescent or, in bicycle gear. And these police officers were so committed to being community police officers that they tried to coordinate as to what they would wear that day. And they say they do that all the time, but it wasn't, proper for bicycling, and they didn't have the proper vehicle in order to carry their bicycle. So the salary and the whole 360 wraparound look at what our budget should look like to support our police is more than just what people think it is. And so I think that we all need to keep that in mind when thinking about how to shore up our budget to show our priorities, because our priorities really should be making sure that everyone is outfitted with exactly what they need to be, and having the tools that they need, and as well as not just salaries that are acceptable because they're not lower than the people that are policing in neighboring counties, but one that is a role model. I think that's where we need to be as a city.
Absolutely.
So just wanted to throw that in. I also heard a few other things, but we just need to stay in communication. Just know that my support is always going to be making sure that you all have what you need, so that we can be the best city on all levels of public safety, including, Pat, would love to have a diversity there, because there are so many different things that we have to address. I don't think that you should be taking on all of the extra roles that we throw at you, and I'm willing to actually use the budget for that as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Lieutenant Knapp, thank you for you and your team presentation today. Obviously, there's a lot of passion up here for your work and the importance of it. You've given us a lot to chew on. To the extent that y'all can quantify some of the requests and provide that to us, that'd be great.
Yes, sir.
And colleagues, the police chief and his team will be before us on Tuesday, May 17th at 10 a.m. So all these lingering questions, operational details, there'll be a great chance to really lean into that at that point. So if there's nothing else, we'll conclude the IBPO presentation. Colleagues, I was going to continue moving on. However, I understand that the staff needs 10 minutes to reset everything before the customer service presentation. So we will break for 10 minutes and then begin right back up at 1:30. Customer service, sorry about that. We're just, as you can tell, running a little later. I appreciate your patience and accommodation.
other side. You know what I'm saying?
All right, it is 1:30. Let's go ahead and get started back. Before us now is the Department of Customer Service. With that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Maisha Good to walk us through a presentation, and then we'll take questions from my colleagues. So thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Wan, members of the Atlanta City Council, and staff. I am Maisha Good, Commissioner of the Department of Customer Service, ATL 311, and I am joined by my business manager, Brianna Marshall. ATL 311 is the City of Atlanta's primary contact channel for non-emergency services and information. Our core services includes business licenses, water and sewer, garbage recycling and graffiti, housing and buildings, which includes permitting and zoning, municipal court, public safety, and code enforcement. In addition, we also service departments of park and recreation and their events, streets, sidewalks, traffic, and parking, and lastly, supportive services, which is a partnership with Policing Alternatives and Diversion, which is also known as PAD. Our operating hours are from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and some ways you all can reach us are just simply dialing 311 within the City of Atlanta limits, or dialing our 10-digit number at 44546-0311, or emailing us at atl311atlanta.ga.gov, our website, atl311.com, or you can visit us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and Nextdoor to submit cases. We still have our mobile app, which shares general information, and it will also direct you to our website to submit a case. Our fiscal 23 and 22 organizational structure will remain the same. Currently, we have a commissioner, executive assistant, 3 directors, and our business manager.
For the summary of current operations, if you look at the top left, you'll see the budget trend in millions. And so you'll see that we do have a slight increase for our general fund budget at $3.6 million, and just a slight increase of $138,000, which actually covers our personnel increases that we had this year. For the FY23 headcount, you'll see that there is it's divided up into division. So this represents our current headcount, which is going to be the same in FY23. For our operational areas, as Commissioner Good did say, we're divided up into 6 different areas. We have DCS Executive, we have 311 Call Center, Innovation, Performance, and Accountability, the Public Commission and Relationship Management and PAD, Business Management, and Human Resources.
In our key metrics that we track, 80% of our calls answered within 60 seconds. That is our current service level agreement, and our abandonment rate does not exceed 5%. Some of our fiscal year 22 highlights, we focused on PAD, our PAD partnership. We also looked at our overall customer service experience. So we did business processing to better understand our customers' expectations in order to optimize their experience and our operational efficiencies. So what we decided to do here is that we looked this holistically in our department, and we standardized our data by 90% with Microsoft Power BI. We launched a social media survey to understand our customer needs and how effectively we are providing services. And we also saw a 74% increase in social media messages, and that's compared to fiscal year 21. Our supportive services team is now HMIS certified. We've completed well over 200 self-referral homeless assessments and well over divergent problem solving and submission of housing navigation to in-town as well. We're continuing to make technology improvements, and from this study that we did, we know that we have to enhance our CRM, which is our customer relationship management system, and think about the integrations into that system and our mobile app and optimizing our IVR, which I've discussed in my last presentations. And so the goal of this is to ensure that those things are done in fiscal year 23. We've attended over 250 MPU and community meetings, and we've created agents that are subject matter experts to drive one-call resolution for our top call drivers. And we started with Watershed, and now just recently we're now with Public Works. We're doing the same for Public Works. Our overall vision is, to be the world-class customer service center for the city of Atlanta that creates, supports, and sustains the community through easy access to all city services. So we focused on our people, process, methodology, technology, and benchmarking. Under people, we had to look at our attrition and understand why that was happening, and we understand that the pandemic was here and other things came into play. However, we did a compensation and retention study in collaboration with the Department of Human Resources, and we were able to do a wage increase for our employees. And in addition to that, we looked at how we did our training to ensure that our training was beneficial, but just made sense overall, especially in a virtual environment. So we have pivoted in a different direction of how we do training, and instead of holding it for 12 weeks, now we have come down to 4 to 6 weeks of training, which has been very great for our team. We've also looked at our overall job descriptions and performance management as well. In our processes, we looked at our contact flows, our IVR flows, our change management, and again, business processes and statement of procedures. In our methodology, we had to look at our KPIs to ensure that we were indeed following industry standard. And we know with our SLA, which is 80% of calls answered in 60 seconds, we will be transitioning to 80-20 in fiscal year 23, which is industry standards. But we looked at our reporting, our root causes and analysis. And in technology, which is a priority of Mayor Dickens' administration, we looked at every touch point that the customer had to contact 311. And we are going to ensure that the next systems that we get are comprehensive and that it shows all our customer interactions and the full overview of the customer's life cycle. And also get a robust system with the end-to-end capabilities. And lastly, we benchmarked. We looked at other cities, what they were doing. We forecast. We did some changes to our scheduling to ensure that each shift is covered properly.
For the FY23 proposed budget, we're looking at, so basically what I talked about earlier about the $3.6 million that's allocated for general fund. For personnel, we're looking at $3.5 million, and for Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. So so this is the $3.6 million that I talked about a little bit earlier for general fund. 3.5 of that is coming out of personnel and employee benefits, and the remaining 138 is coming out of purchased and contracted services.
So our key metrics for fiscal year 23. So as I mentioned, we currently do 80% of our calls answered within 20 seconds. Our goal for the second half of the fiscal year of 23 is to go to 80% of the calls answered within 20 seconds. We're also going to measure our average wait time for answered calls. We're going to look at average call taken. What we've noticed, what we've seen from other call centers is that agents are taking 50 calls per day, and we typically do this, but we're going to measure this a little bit more closely, and we're going to look at the number of monthly calls presented during our operating hours, and I will also share this in my presentations moving forward. And lastly, another metric we will start measuring is our first call resolution, and measure the ability to handle and resolve customer calls and what that looked like moving forward. And we will continue to work with our departments very closely to ensure proper handling of case submission. The summary of our key deliverables and intended benefits to the city, of course, is technology. We want to improve our customer relationship, and with that, we have to ensure that we have a CRM system in place, and our website has to be enhanced so it could be customer service friendlier. We're going to do the mobile app relaunch, and we will also create a chat bot, which will have virtual and a live agent component. And lastly, our IVR, we will update that so that we can receive case updates. So those that call into our center do not have to wait. They can indeed get the information they need just from the IVR. We will create some specialized queues. As I mentioned, we've already did DWM and DPW, but we're going to continue this throughout the operation. And so, because we want to make sure we can ensure first call resolutions to calls, and we want to implement even further or expand our smart call routing system, and we will relaunch our callback feature. We will ensure our calls are handled in a timely manner within our service level agreement by going this route. Lastly, for supportive services, we will continue to take calls for PAD to help those with concerns related to mental health, substance use, or extreme poverty. In addition to that, starting July 1st, we will support E91 by taking their public indecency calls, and we will continue to partner with 911 with their non-emergency calls to assist them as much as we can. We will continue the discussions about the feasibility of going 24 hours, which I know is a question that's been asked, and we will work closely with Mayor Dickens' administration to understand that feasibility and to see if that's something we can do in the future. And that concludes our report.
All right, thank you, Ms. Good. I'm going to open it up for questions. Mr. Winston had some. I'm going to defer. I had some questions, but I don't want to get accused of stealing people's questions. All right, thanks. I got you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. And just looking at the budget proposal here, obviously we know that you're in desperate need of some technology upgrades, including your CRM system. Do you feel confident that the proposed budget will do more than just put a Band-Aid on those issues that you're having and give us some more permanent solutions to that?
Yes, I am confident, and this is a priority of the mayor's administration, and they've committed to ensuring that we get the technology needs that we indeed need. So yes, I feel confident.
Okay, and do we have a timeline on some of those much needed upgrades?
Yes, so we are meeting with AIM, and we have already met with a number of vendors. So we hope to have a decision very soon for the CRM component, and the vendor will have the ability to not only do the system, but mobile app, chatbot as well. So it should be very soon.
Okay, and then lastly, just looking at your supportive services, you mentioned taking on more responsibilities like supporting E911 beginning in July. So do you feel very confident that you have the personnel level to be able to handle the added responsibilities that you all will be taking on going forward?
Yes, so we just recently onboarded a new agent for that team, so we are confident that we can handle the calls.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Mr. Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is kind of almost a duplicate of Councilmember Winston's, but you probably know what I'm going to ask about, and that's the app that has been down for quite a long time now. Where are we at with that? Why has this been taking so long, such a difficult process? I mean, we're talking about a low to mid six-figure fix to get a new app going. So what's the status?
Yes, so in March 2021, we got a new CRM, which is ServiceNow. At the time, the mobile app was not integrated. So what we found was that the current vendor we have is not a SME in ServiceNow. They were brought on as an Oracle vendor. From that point on, we've been working with AIM and procurement to find that the best vendor for ServiceNow. Now that we're pivoting to possibly a new CRM system, we have decided to, as we're talking to the vendors about the CRM, looking for also a mobile app vendor too, so that vendor can do all of them at the same time. So that has been really the delay, just finding the proper vendor for the solution we have and budget.
So I guess my question is then who made the decision to take down the app just because it wasn't integrated? I mean, you all I mean, Twitter's not integrated. Y'all put those in manually. Facebook's not integrated. You take complaints on there. You take complaints on lots of social media platforms. They're not integrated into the CRM system, where you're still taking complaints on there. So why not keep the mobile app up until you have a solid replacement?
So the mobile app is still, it just has general information on it. Currently, it diverts the case. If you want to submit a case, it diverts you to the portal. So that decision was made before I got into this position, but at the time, it just wasn't feasible to integrate into the system. But the goal was to integrate it. But just over time, it did not happen due to budget.
Okay, so what's the timeline on this?
So we hope to have all of these completed first of fiscal year 23. So before end of year is the goal, to get the mobile app up and running by end of calendar year 23, 2023.
Other questions? I'm going to dive into that a little bit further. So, yeah, I think that's the biggest thing I want to lean into is the notion of getting the app going because, quite frankly, that's going to be the best functionality that we can provide in terms of customer service. So a couple of questions. Number one, I feel like the dollar amount that you have budgeted, $350,000, I'm assuming it has to come out of purchase and contracted supplies, seems low to me. And I don't know if that's because we're carrying money forward from FY22 and 21 budgets, because it was included in that and we just haven't been able to procure it. Is that the case, or is this number a reasonable number?
So this just represents our general fund budget. So we have allocated funding in watershed fund, waste and water revenue, as well as the solid waste fund as well. So that carries personnel and operating in those funds.
So that in total then, I'm sorry, I thought the first page would have aggregated all of it.
So the total would be $7.5 million.
No, of the purchased and contracted supplies. Isn't it $350,000?
Correct, but the technology expenses will be supported by the mayor's administration.
So that's, if I understand that correctly, that means it's showing up elsewhere in the budget under someone else's line item.
Correct, for technology, yes.
Is that coming out of AIM, do you know, or?
It would be the mayor's
executive
fund.
offices?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so finance, yeah, there you are.
I've set aside $350,000 in non-departmental until the analysis on the system is complete.
How much did you say we have?
$350,000.
In non-departmental, that's on top of the $350,000 that they have in their just budgeted amount, their department budget.
Correct.
Okay. All right, that makes me feel a little better. What is your vacancy rate right now?
So currently we have an agent level, we have about 12 vacancies.
Okay. It's about 10% then.
Yeah, it's about 10%. So we have currently 48 agents on the phone and 12 vacancies.
Okay, and so the vacancies are at the agent level. The 8 new FTEs that you want to add for 23, what's the breakout of those positions?
So for fiscal year 23, our headcount will remain the same. So what you saw in that one sheet, I think it was page 3, our numbers will remain the same.
Okay, wait, this may be a finance question. We kind of got into this before. So as I look at the cover page on page 437 of the budget book, I see FY22 FTEs 122, authorized position count, FY23 130, increase of 8 positions. But if I understand correctly, the 122 for FY22 actually has approved positions that aren't funded. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Right, that's correct. So currently what you see in the budget book is funded and unfunded positions.
Okay, so while the authorized positions are going up by 8 FTEs, what you're saying is that the net change is that your funded positions are going to remain flat from 20.
Correct.
Okay. All right, we've got to figure out a way to present that a little better because when we get into some of the other departments where there's a lot of robust discussion around staffing, that it'll be confusing. Okay, so you're saying you're flat. You're going to be flat in terms of positions for going into the next year. Other question I had was, I think the other thing that I wanted to ask about operationally, and I think you started talking about, I'd like to get a little more information on, is the notion of cases filed and then getting moved from department to department and then getting closed. So walk me through what changes are in place. Perhaps it's technology, perhaps it's processes that will help kind of reduce those instances, because when the public sees that and they realize the work hasn't been done, there is a level of outcry that happens as well.
Yeah, so we work very closely with our departments and provide monthly data to them. And so we show them those numbers, and also those that we get, we escalate those to the commissioner of that department. So we have processes in place with the departments that they have put in place. But moving forward, what we hope to happen with the new technology is that there's a notification in the system that pops up, and so that they cannot move forward in the field unless it's completed.
Okay.
But currently, there are processes in place with the department.
Okay. Yeah, because again, I think the simplest one I've heard is essentially when it changes from someone calls, it gets assigned mistakenly to Public Works when it really should have been Watershed. As soon as it gets transferred, it closes itself out, even though the work may still continue, but the 311 system is reporting that it's been closed. So.
Yeah, so it depends on the department, right? So typically, if it's sent to the wrong department, that department returns it back to our customer service center. And then we create a new case for it.
Okay. All right. I think those are my questions. Mr. Hillis had some follow-up questions.
It is, excuse me, it's a follow-up from one of Chair Wan's questions, and that's when you have issues with previous service orders. I've seen people on social media multiple times where they've contacted about that same issue where cases have been closed, and instead of following up on the previous case that is in reference, you just open a whole new case, and that, of course, resets the SLA time and seems to extend the process. I mean, I imagine you communicate with management too, but why open a whole new case and not just reactivate the previous case?
Yeah, it's currently how the system is set up. We have to do a new case or attach a child case to that previous case. And if it comes on social media or through one of you all, we escalate it immediately to that department so it could be resolved. So that's why.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have one more question. On page 437, I see that you don't have any. It's zeroed out for supplies. Are you not going to need supplies this year?
I can answer that. Okay. So because we are virtual, we really don't have a need for supplies like that. The only time, because we are hiring, every month, we do have supplies when we do our new hire books and all of that, but for the most part, we don't really need supplies. So we do a budget adjustment as needed.
That's a really good answer. I like that. Other questions from my colleagues? I appreciate the leaning into the customer service side, because I think this is a great front-facing tool to the public. You're right; it's their kind of main interaction sometimes with the city, and to the extent that we can make sure their experience is a positive and completed one, I think it speaks volumes, and it really enhances the impression that they have of city service delivery. So. I think there's a lot of support up here for the work that y'all do, so thank you very much.
Thank you all. We truly, truly appreciate the support. So thank you, everyone that's here and all city council. And I also want to give our employees a big shout out because they do so much every single day. So thank you, ATL 311. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So we've got a little bit of a break before our 2 p.m. presentation by, I believe it's Enterprise Asset Management. So we'll have them up here at 2 and begin promptly then. Clock says 2 o'clock. Let's go ahead and get started with the Enterprise Asset Management Department. Colleagues, if you have your budget book with you, we're on page 425. So with that, I'll hand it off to your team. If you'll introduce everybody and get us going, that'd be great.
Greetings, Chair, members of the City Council. I am Remy Santil, Commissioner of the Department of Enterprise Asset Management, also known as DEAM. Today I'm joined by Chris Davis, Deputy Commissioner, Tiffany Burton, Director of Administration, Priscilla Watkins, Assistant Director of Administration, and Mike Yergin, Interim Director of Real Estate. And today I will be reviewing DEAM's operating budget for fiscal year 2023. Which word do I point? Sure. Okay. All right. So the first slide you should be on is our organizational structure. DEAM consists of 4 divisions: administration, real estate, capital projects, and facility operations. And going to the next slide. Next slide details our vision and mission. Good asset management is finding the balance between risk, cost, and performance. In our department, we are establishing a culture of delivery where we have clarity of intent, where we have processes and procedures, where we honor the commitment relative to cost management and scheduling, where we have trust, where it's tied to commitment in completing our projects, and responsibility, where we establish clear roles and responsibilities. Infrastructure such as public buildings is amongst the most significant and complex assets a community owns, including watershed and ATL DOT. Asset management of these public infrastructures provide essential services that underpin many community well-being aspects. Next slide is our accomplishments. Our accomplishments in our divisions, in our administration division, they coordinated asset management certification training and developed departmental performance metrics. In our facility operations division, established new enterprise controls citywide. In our real estate division, we managed over $11 million in rental revenue to the city of Atlanta. In our capital projects division, we oversaw the job order contracting program for the city of Atlanta, where we had 47 task orders totaling up to $28 million, and also had a minority participation rate of 20% and an FBE participation rate of 25%. Next is our current FY22 projects. We have our diversion center, and we're in our design phase. We have the AC/DC roof replacement, the municipal court power grid upgrade, Zone 2 mini precinct build-out, the 911 emergency call center electrical and mechanical upgrades, the MLK Drive mural, and the new City of Atlanta office on 185 Ted Turner Drive. Next slide depicts some of our new construction projects that we have currently going on. We have Fire Station 36, EMS 37, Fire Station 22, Fire Station 22, and the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center. Next slide shows our current operations. It shows our budget from FY19 to our proposed budget of FY23, with our active employees at 87 and total vacancies at 30, would be bringing us to a total of 117. Next slide is a breakdown of our proposed FY23 budget of $15.9 million, and you'll see the breakdown in the major categories. Next slide depicts our project goals for FY23. We have broken those down into 3 primary areas. First, we are going to be looking at conducting condition assessments The conditions assessments will be broken down into 5 criteria areas. And managing infrastructure assets and services have become more complex due to the rapidly changing circumstances such as labor shortages, supply chain issues, and escalating costs. That's why planning is vital in what we do. So relative to the criteria, you have reliability. Issues of intermittent failure that may result in an interruption to the use of the space. You have asset preservation, projects that preserve the integrity of the current function of an asset. Safety and code compliance issues and safety priorities or items that are not in conformance with current codes. Program improvement, projects that improve the functionality of the space, primarily driven by the facility occupants. And economic opportunity, where projects that result in the reduction of annual operating costs or capital savings. So the goal of the condition assessments will be to create a 10-year actionable capital plan that aligns with the city's mission and financial realities to ensure each dollar is allocated to the highest priorities. The schedule for the assessments will be 5 months, and we'll have 41 locations assessed, including all fire stations and city-owned APD precincts. That's totaling about 1.9 million gross square feet. The components of the detailed assessment will include cooling, exterior shell, grounds, heating, interior shell, mechanical, plumbing, and safety and code. We're looking for this to go to the FEC committee on May 11th and hoping for this to be approved by council on May 16th. Another one of our priority projects is our baby bond projects, and those will be public safety aligned as well. They will be aligned for AFRD, with a high-speed overhead door installation at all fire stations, as well as renovations to Fire Station 5. For APD, we will be performing renovations to Zone 1 and also renovations to the old police building at Grant Park. For the infrastructure referendum projects, we'll have projects for a new 911 call center, Center for Diversion and Services. We'll have 4 fire station replacements, a Zone 4 precinct replacement, public safety improvements, as well as council district discretionary renovation funds. So our basic operation plan for FY23 consists of personnel deployment strategies focusing on filling critical position vacancies, as well as reducing overtime usage by implementing flex time schedules. For contracts and agreements, we will look to continue monitoring contracts to get the most out of the services provided. And for supplies and other cost changes, we will continue to implement programs to reduce cost. So our key deliverables that we intend to have a great big benefit to the city, and we have 6 categories within that area. First is the ISO 55000. ISO 55000 certification was certified that Dean's management system has all the standardization and quality assurance requirements in the city assets under its purview. There are only 7 entities that hold this international acclaim. 2 of the entities are here in Atlanta. Once Dean gets certified, it will become a trifecta, making Atlanta the only city with 3 entities with this prestigious international certification. Oops. Next, you have the CPMO, where we'll have a vertical PMO where we'll be responsible for the implementing and managing the city's capital improvement program. Next is the public safety facility upgrades, and those are just upgrades, again, to our fire stations and precincts. We also have improved technology, installing new technology to control and monitor our mechanical and electrical systems. Parking management system, to provide a better parking option for all City of Atlanta employees, and the asset management system. The software will enable Dean to better manage city assets, provide more accurate performance metrics for operational cost savings, improve equipment efficiency, and enhance customer service. That is the conclusion of our budget presentation, and we are here to provide any questions that you may have.
All right, anybody have any questions? Shook.
Thank you. So your purchase and contracted, supply line is down by $3 million. And in the explanation box, it says, decrease to properly align the budget for contractual obligation expenses. That's bureaucrat speak. So what does that mean?
I can have my Procedure Watkins can be able to go into
I
that.
realize there's only one line, to explain a $3 million, almost 20% decrease in that line. But how did you do that? What are you not doing with?
Right.
Good afternoon, Procedure Watkins. The reason for the cut or the decrease in the contract purchases services is because Dean will no longer manage citywide security guard services. It will be moving to emergency preparedness.
Okay. Is that a majority of it?
Well, that and also for 72 Marietta, that is actually owned by the general fund, but the occupants are watershed under the enterprise fund, so we remove that as well because they will be responsible for those maintenance. So all those contracts that were related to that building were moved over to watershed as well. So that was the major cause of the reduction.
Thank you. And a request, if you haven't already done so, but especially the new members might be interested in scrolling down the latest list of city-owned properties. And we
can provide that
in each of our districts. And that list may look different from the last time
That's correct.
I looked at it. So if you could please give us an updated list, that'd be great.
Sure, we'll be able to do that.
Thank you.
While we're on the budget page, the other number that's significantly different is the capital outlays. So it talks about anticipated equipment purchases is a change of $500,000. Can someone speak to a little more detail on that?
The capital outlays line is for life safety issues. We've accomplished the majority of them this fiscal year. We have a few more items that we're working on. We have the City Hall HVAC upgrades, as well as the security upgrades to City Hall, as well as the fire HVAC upgrades. So we anticipate that this $515,000 will help us to accomplish that.
Okay, so that the increase is due to that anticipated work. All right, the other is in the presentation when you talk about, I don't know what page it is, the basic plan of operation for FY23, focus on filling critical position vacancies. Critical always catches my eye, the word, so I'm curious as to what those vacancies are that merit the word critical and what the plan is.
Tiffany Burden will be able to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I'm Tiffany Burden. I'm the Director of Administration for Dean. And our critical positions, I'll be honest with you, at least half of the positions that are in our vacant category are critical, but mainly we're focusing on our custodians, which really add to our life safety these days, as well as our electrician. We do not have an electrician currently in the City of Atlanta's Dean Department. Facility maintenance mechanics, we're really low on that and bringing on a number of different facilities. We need to increase that number. And HVAC tech, definitely 2 more project managers in the real estate division, as well as to do all these extra bonds and facility upgrades and construction. We need to have more construction project managers.
Is it just a function of the tightness of the labor market right now and construction?
Big issue.
Absolutely.
What are we doing in terms of recruitment strategy? And is it always just money? Is that what it's been coming to in terms of our
Yes, that's a big factor of it, is money and what the current rate is for technology. But we're looking to really promote from within, move the individuals that are in that really show a great attitude and willingness to learn. And we have to provide an avenue for training. So we're trying to establish a slightly training program because we expecting someone to come off the street to know certain things nowadays, it may not necessarily happen. So we have to create the avenue for training. So that's what we're establishing right now.
Okay. And then under the DEEM accomplishments for FY22, under facility operations, you mentioned establish new enterprise controls citywide. Can you just detail that a little bit for me, please?
So what we're establishing is an enterprise building integrator. It's EBI. It's through Honeywell. So now we'll have the ability to control generators, lighting, pumps, HVAC units all remotely, and to be able to capture better reports. And also we're implementing a new EAM system, an enterprise asset management system with Maximo, with IBM as well. And with that information, we'll be able to really categorize and make sure we're keeping track of the assets and providing great information relative to work orders, PM schedules, things of that nature. So we're really looking to robust, because now the facilities is really going into the technology age, and we want to be right there with it on that growth.
That's great to hear. I'm glad to hear that we are trying to take advantage of that as well. Because
Yes, and that's going to help in our management system as well, just so that we can keep an eye on things at a better pace.
So if the city is lucky enough to have the voters approve our bond referenda in May, I imagine that the projects are going to start ramping up, even if it's just planning and design in FY23. Do you feel, does your budget and staffing have the capacity to absorb that? Is that part of the staffing plan for the next fiscal year?
Sure, Chris, you can show that.
Good afternoon. Chris Davis, Deputy Commissioner Dean. So the answer to the question is that it's a combination of both. This is one of the reasons why Remy mentioned about the CPMO program, which also supports being able to provide those gap needs that we have within the facility management side. We've also have a contract program that's in place right now that we're trying to finalize, and it'll be coming through Council for approval, which is our AE Citywide Design Services, again, which provides us with the additional services that we need to be able to manage multiple type of programs, as well as continuing on with our design aspects and being able to meet the demand based upon the capital program that we have in place.
And then is there a commensurate kind of increase or consideration of capacity in what I would call the user department? So, for example, the horizontal work, obviously, Atlanta DOT is really they'll be potentially driving and managing, well, I don't want to say managing, but obviously it's in their area of purview. The parks improvements will fall in Parks and Rec, and then same with, the fire and station improvements. So is there also kind of a sharing of staffing and capacity needs?
So the program that we talk about, our current Gordon JOC program, which is we have a list of about 22 contractors that's accessible to citywide. These are citywide contracts, so every department within the city have access to them. The same thing with the AE contract. We wrote that to be a citywide contract, so every department within the city have access. So if there's a need for Parks and Recs to have additional staffing to support certain things that they have the services at their availability.
Okay.
One thing I want to note as well is that program relative to our job program has been very successful. Even through the pandemic, we were able to generate 47 task orders, and we're looking at $28 million, and to have that minority participation was quite phenomenal. Not to mention that we are assisting the other departments in that project management as well. So a lot of those projects funnel through DEEM, and then we just provide our assistance where we can.
All right, you mentioned the word pandemic, and that's going to allow me to kind of pivot to my final question, is that, okay, so now we're back, or in part, in terms of back at City Hall, back somewhat in office. I think there are some departments that are still operating in a hybrid mode. Who would be in charge or could lead the analysis? And I'm assuming it might be y'all, in terms of, is there a new work methodology? Is there a new approach to virtual and in-person work, office time? How does that impact the inventory of space that we have? How does that? Is there a way to, or an opportunity to reduce our footprint? Look at the leases that we might have for our office spaces that departments may be using in other people's non-city-owned buildings, and the other, maybe even before that, as people are coming back into spaces that have not been used for a year and a half, are we contemplating, having to the trouble or the friction of having to relaunch those spaces as well? Lack of use oftentimes creates rust in some forms or another that we have to figure out how to solve before we can get back to full throttle. So that was a lot of questions in there, but I'm sure y'all have thought through this.
The administration is providing us guidance relative to, it is going to be up to that department on to how they manage their people relative to if they're going to do a hybrid or things of that nature, and the administration will be providing us guidance relative to that. But we are actively making sure that we are going through these spaces, making sure that we're doing the right thing as if they were there.
Yep.
So all the regular janitorial aspects, everything that we operate as if people are here, and we've been doing that for the past 2 years, actually. So there's not one area in the space in the building where it hasn't been touched, where a janitor a custodian hasn't gone through,
Gotcha.
has been vacuumed, things of that nature. So we are addressing the building and all facilities as if people are actually in there.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about the systems, like even your HVAC
Yes.
systems, your lighting, things like that, where due to lack of use, that you flip the switch on and then you realize,
Well, that's where our controls, where I talked about the building integration, we're able to control those and monitor even our electrical systems. We'll be able to see what areas are the energy hogs, which areas are not, and we'll be able to address those and adjust those as we go along too. So we're really looking at that technology to really help us manage the buildings.
That's good to know. I think it will be interesting to see maybe as early as 2 years from now, as we look back, if we take this opportunity to reconfigure. I know in my day job we're talking about what our office work protocols are going to be going forward, and then do we need all the space? Are we going to flex space? And it'll be interesting to see what we learned from the last 2 years and how that might change our work methods. Quite frankly, employee satisfaction is going to be one, because some folks really appreciate the opportunity to be able to work from home and telecommute during those opportunities. And I feel like we have learned a lot, have more tools to be able to do that. The question is, who is going to be the one driving that conversation and really challenging the departments to think differently or utilize what we've learned.
Right. So within our tech services department, we are working with a lot of departments on their space programming, and there are some reallocations coming along to certain departments because of that aspect as well. So we're actively working with each department to address those particular needs.
Yeah, be curious to see what happens with that. Colleagues, any other questions for our, yes, Mr. Amos.
Thank you. I have a few, and some of them are quick answers, and some you may have to delegate out to other departments. The 911 emergency call center, electrical and mechanical upgrades, where do that get us? Do it get us to top of the line equipment, or just bring us to where we're still barely operating? Where does this investment get us?
Well, this investment will address all critical needs of the 911 call center, but Chris can go into a little bit further into that.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting way you pose the question, whether we're just coming up to snuff or we. So the intent is, in any time within our design, we're trying to design to a level of accuracy that's going to not only meet the standard today, but actually to exceed, because we do look at capacity within what we're doing. So the systems that we're looking at now to be integrated and upgraded as relates to there's a lot of old controls in systems like that that's existing today. And so one of the things that we're doing is actually bringing them up, as Remy said, to meet some of the new control systems that we have. That's a lot easier to manage and maintain with early alerts so that we can get notices up on the system functioning before it actually goes out. So the technology that we're providing today give us that ability to be able to get those early notifications based upon the system setup. So we're adding more control points. We're adding more sensors within the system to let us get those early alerts to be able to identify those components of it. The electrical aspect of it, again, it's the same thing. So code addresses some of that, but in addition to the code, we're actually creating additional capacity. Most of our designs today are designed to be redundant in areas that we can. So where we can go into a system and actually upgrade it and have the correct backup system to support what we're doing, that's the ultimate goal of what we're trying to do with the upgrades that we're talking about here.
Yeah, thank you. Next is Zone 1 roof. Just a thank you on that. We need a little bit more, but thank you. That's a good start.
Got you.
The ML King Memorial Art, which piece of artwork is that?
It's a new design from the art department. I don't know the actual artist who's involved with it, but yes, it is going on. I think it goes to the Westlake Station, I believe, on that corner over there across from the Westlake Station on MLK. I believe it's taking that whole, it's a big mural that's going on there.
I think that's probably one up on I-20. Okay, then let's talk about First Street. Because I was to introduce that paper from Georgia Tech a couple of weeks ago, and it was held, and I see something in this book that was not in the legislation. So I take that up with, I guess, the administration or transportation. Although this may be it will be another pot of money, but in here it says citywide, the update on access control, will that touch the airport system as well? Because we was talking about a few weeks ago about upgrades out there. So that's a conversation with them. This will only be the rest of COA's access.
Yeah, so that will be all on the general fund side. So anything, parks, we'll have some of the parks locations tied to this, City Hall, municipal court, public safety headquarters, public safety annex, anything that's under our purview under DEEM, and we'll provide that list of all the properties that are on our purview. We'll be able to access with this new technology.
Yeah. And last question, and I'm scared to ask, I'm going to go on the limb anyway. CCTV, are they integrated into APD system?
No, not all of them. So right now we're in the process of tying in our community centers we are in the process. So that what Procedure mentioned, our public safety projects that we're doing, that includes cameras as well. So we're putting them at our community centers so that they can tie into the VIC.
Other questions? Councilmember Boone.
Yes, I would just want to let you all know that I've had a very positive experience with your team, especially during the pandemic, through Vince Williams, Mr. Oliver, and Deborah Colbert. They are extremely responsive.
Star employees, yes, indeed. Star employees, yes, indeed.
They really are, and let them know that their hard work over the pandemic has not gone unnoticed in the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Other questions from my colleagues? Yes, Councilmember Overstreet.
Not so much of a question, but I did want to make sure that you all know that I'm appreciative that you are putting forth your best efforts to prioritize projects that are needed. I know that Atlanta has annexed over the last few years, and it's taken us a while to actually catch up with where we are as far as this, public safety is concerned and facilities and everything. But over the last 4 years, during my first term, we started addressing some issues, and I can see where they're finally coming together, and that you've prioritized in a necessity way as far as equity is concerned, and making sure that the city is expanding and doing well from one end of the city to the next in all corridors. And I just wanted to make sure I noticed it, let you know that I noticed it, and I appreciate it. And I've had nothing but great exchanges with everyone throughout the projects that we've been working on in the last 4 years, and I know that over the next 4 years through each budget cycle, your priorities will be something that's important for our budget, and I appreciate that.
Thank you for that, Councilmember. And one thing I'd like to mention, too, is relative to the condition assessments that we'll be conducting. Those are going to be very vital to us to fully seeing exactly what's going on. And once we get that information, we'll be able to meet with each and every one of you to break it down to the assets and the location in your district, and we can prioritize dollars, prioritize projects, and things, so you can get a full snapshot and view of all the assets in your district and relative to the order priority. So we'll be able to provide that information to you once it's complete.
Because, when delivering messages to the community at our meetings, it feels right in order to let them know that we're working, there's a method to our madness, that we're not just playing favorites or doing haphazard work. It's a reason for why we're doing what we're doing when we're doing it.
Indeed.
So that's important. So thank you.
Other questions? I'll echo the appreciate. Shook, did you have? Oh, sorry, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, just a comment. Just want to add to the accolades that my colleagues have already bestowed upon you and just say I really appreciate working with your department. We shouldn't have favorites just like children, but really appreciate the level of professionalism and response that we always get from you all. So just wanted to go on record by saying that.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Other questions? I'll close by adding my appreciation as well. I mean, I think the notion of being strategic and intentional about planning, I think it goes a long way. I mean, once we know what we know, then we can figure out a plan.
Exactly.
And so I appreciate all the efforts that y'all are doing that in terms of managing our city's assets. So, all right, if there are no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation. As they are leaving, colleagues, I have a couple of announcements. First one is that as next week is committee week, we will not be having any hearings, and so we will follow up on Tuesday, May 17th at 10 a.m. with police, followed by fire. Second announcement is that, as is always the case, the schedule has changed already, the calendar. Santana Kempson Wright will be sending that out to everybody with just the highlighted presentations that have just been shifted around. I imagine things will continue to be fluid, but to the extent that we can stick with the original schedule, we will. And then that's all I have. So if there's nothing else, any comments or feedback from the colleagues? Yes, Mr. Lewis, then Mr. Bond.
And he's the gentleman that let me go first. I just want to say Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, including the person sitting to my right now, Councilmember Marcy Overstreet. So happy Mother's Day to you as well. And my mother-in-law in Savannah, happy Mother's Day to you as well. I know you're watching Channel 26. You told me it's your new favorite channel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd add my best wishes for mothers on this Sunday. But I want to remind those in the public there are 3 events tomorrow. There's a community day at Washington Park starting at 10 a.m. We have the Friends and Family Day in partnership with Commissioner Arrington at 11 a.m. And, of course, Councilmember Amos and I are putting on the party in Atlanta tomorrow afternoon at Rodney Cook Park, the first official jazz festival event. Starts at 4 p.m. Ride MARTA, walk, ride share, ride your bicycle. But please come. It should be a great event hosted by Art Terrell and featuring Anonymous, the band. So we're going to have a good time. No, it's BYOB. Bring your own basket. Bring your own basket. Bring your own basket.
All right, on that happy note, if there's nothing else, we stand adjourned. Thank you.